Hello, Dr. Bat.
Hey, Dr. Mogaji, how are you?
I'm
Good day.
fine, thank you. I've got the keynote speaker here. Just trying to see if you can hear me. Pete, can you hear me? So that we can have your video and we can spotlight you. Okay, you are here. I think something is coming up. We can't see your video. We only see a black background. Pete, if you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay,
No,
so
sorry.
let's spotlight. That's fine, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, so we're just coming back from break, so everybody has gone on break and just coming in. So hopefully you have more people joining us. But thank you so much for being a part of this. I've been engaging with you, and it's nice to see what you are doing. And I hope you can share more insight with our global audience. So let's just wait for about 2 more minutes just to settle down. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Bhatt. Dr. Bhatt is the conference chair. He's based in India. While I'm the conference secretary, is the conference chair, and it's nice to have him on board here as well. Thank
Beautiful.
you.
Where are you?
Pleasure meeting you, Dr. Dyson.
Where exactly are you?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Where in India are you?
So I'm in Kopargaon, which is in Maharashtra, very near to Mumbai.
Yeah.
Have you visited India before?
I visited the Maximum City. Yep. I stayed there for a month.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, which city?
Mumbai. Yeah.
Mumbai. Okay. So next time when you visit, please come to our university also. We would be delighted to host you. Yeah.
Mom, I've not been to Mumbai before, but I learned it's a very bubbling place. Yes.
But
Yeah.
Dr. Mogaji has been to our university.
Yeah, I've been to San Giovanni. Yes, I spent how many days? 3 days. Yes, it was nice, and I still have good memories of India. Yes,
Right.
though it's so big, I could not capture everything, but the little I did, I think it was worth it. Yes, so I think we can make a start. We don't want to waste the time of our keynote speaker. So allow me do a bit of introduction, then I will allow Pete to start. So here we are. Pete Dyson is a PhD researcher at the University of Bath Institute for Sustainability and Climate Change, and the co-author of the book Transport for Humans, written with Roy Sutherland. He was formerly principal behavior scientist at the Department of Transport and is currently the bicycle mayor of Bath. If I may bring in some personal connection here, I think I got to know Pete from his book, Transport for Humans. And as myself, I am a researcher in services, and it's nice to have a different perception or different perspective to transport. And it was nice to read more about what Pete is doing. So, Pete, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. And I will leave the floor for you to share your keynote speech with us. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Emmanuel. Delighted this is taking place. Let me share my screen and we can get going. Are you happy?
Allow me to say I still love that the design on the front cover of that book.
Yeah, well, that takes us back. So I've got maybe 40 minutes? You're on mute, sorry.
You said about 40 minutes, then questions towards the end.
So thank you so much for the invitation to be here. And I'm really pleased to be speaking to you from the UK. But when Emmanuel and I were speaking, we were delighted that this was an international conference accessible to everyone, talking about the biggest issues in the world today. And it struck me about 10 years ago that a really big issue the transport sector faced more than any other sectors was that by being engineering led, it was forgetting about humans that it was seeking to connect and serve. It's a sector that's vulnerable to being concentrating too much on one discipline without thinking about the psychology, social science that underpins just why transport is so powerful for our society, what it's really good for, the outcomes it supports beyond just moving people, of jobs and health, wealth, and social connections. And the fact that there is so much more we could do to encourage and improve, particularly public transport experience, so more people choose an efficient and effective way of mass transit, of moving a lot of people. The book that I'm going to concentrate on today was a broad thesis, as you can see, very broad from the title, Transport for All of Humans. Are we getting there? How can we get there better, and how can we work together better? I thought that the contents page of any book is usually quite instructive about what's inside, and these three parts, I won't be able to concentrate on all of them, but broadly it's the way in which transport has been on its own journey of engineering and of economics and of the human sciences, and then split into two pieces that we need to understand. We have a sort of psychology and experience of how people choose to travel, picking their mode of transport, navigating, understanding tickets and price, value for money, habits, are all broad topics of psychology that could be used more. And then there's also the psychology that we have when researching and implementing policies and new ideas. So what happens when the human mind needs to think about transport challenges, like how do we electrify almost all modes of transport, or how do we move millions or billions of people? These are then challenges of the psychology of government and of democracy, of who creates ideas, and how we understand whether they're working or not. So really that's the two important parts, is there's understanding the psychology of the user, but there's also understanding the psychology of us as what we think about what the transport problems are, and our psychology of how we work together. And typically governments and private sector companies solve transport challenges. The lead aspect of the book, in fact, an alternative title would be this very simple phrase: people are not cargo. I'm pleased that we've settled on one nice, uniform, agreeable fact among all of the different viewpoints there are around there. And yet people who travel go by many names. We call people who travel drivers or customers, passengers, road users, wheelchair users, mothers, fathers, businessmen. But what unites all of them are clearly the human aspect. And psychology finds that there is a lot of similarity between the way people's minds work, and there are important ways we can harness that psychology for better use. But perhaps more important than that, people are not cargo speaks to the fact that all too often we think of people as being this cargo of a particular body to transport. And cargo has, I agree, an enviably simple problem to solve. You need to get the cargo from A to B. The cargo doesn't necessarily decide how it's traveling. It can be packed very tightly together. It's not anxious about delays or worried about its safety or feeling like it needs to keep in touch with people. So until we start thinking of the people that transport serves as humans driven by notions of fairness, value, choice, of delight and sadness, then we will always be stuck in a trap of building transport systems that might serve cargo very well, but leave people underwhelmed. And that's increasingly important in a world where there are more and more transport modes. A lot of people choose to use the car, which is very good for many journeys. But if everybody chooses the car, it's an extremely inefficient way to get around. If we zoom out further, we can describe really the transport sector as having a battle of two broad ideologies. On the one hand, there are the utilitarians, the people who might optimize a journey against the kind of metrics that you can quantify, of speed, of time, yes, of price, of things that an engineer could measure from the outside. And on the other side, there's an ideology of sort of romanticism, that everything might be about the emotion, the joys, the pain, simply the sociological sort of meanings of travel. We think that there's a good middle way that can kind of unite these two perspectives, neither treating people like cargo that has just can be counted, nor that transport just is about a romantic notion of enjoyable journeys. And to get there, the work that my co-author Rory and I put together has some significant influences outside of transport. First, an influential book from the 1990s called Seeing Like a State, which actually described as much the failures that governments have suffered when trying to govern a large billion person population, and the danger of pursuing very particular, in this case, development projects, be that a forestry that has a monoculture or a transport scheme that is reliant on only one mode, the way in which that narrow pursuit, leads to problems. Secondly, outside of transport, the whole of the 20th century really gave birth to the transport modes that we take for granted and we are trying to fix in the 21st century. I'm talking about the automobile, planes, the advent of diesel and electric trains, fast-moving trains. Even the bicycle really came to the fore on scale in the 20th century. And of course, new technologies are scary, and that applies to outside of transport. And Lewis Mumford wrote 100 years ago about ideas of the machine and civilizations that are going to be really important today. And finally, closest to my own discipline in behavioral science, books like, or research like, that described in Thinking Fast and Slow demonstrates really conclusively how people are not rational, utilitarian optimizers. They don't merely, they're not neither able to compute all of the complexity in the world, and neither would it be desirable for them to do so. So this book really symbolizes the wider area of psychology and the behavioral sciences that can help us understand more about how people think. A significant influence on our work as well has been the observation that actually more and more transport is not necessarily either a likely or desirable outcome. These are two charts from the UK, which says the hours people spend traveling has been broadly stable across the UK, and work again from the 20th century, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, describes that people will typically spend about 1 hour a day traveling. They can spend longer, but there's only ever going to be 24 hours in a day. That much is another truism. And if you make things faster, people will typically leverage that by moving further out. And as a result, the time people spend traveling is about stable. In the UK, the miles traveled are about the same, and actually are going down slightly. So it shouldn't be a problem for the transport sector to think that good does not necessarily look like for all people traveling a lot more, but for the area of transport poverty and exclusion, where they're a really important group of people, typically on lower incomes, for whom better access to transport would be profoundly important to their lives. And that brings me around to say people have a range of different needs, but if we just think of providing more transport en masse, it's likely that only those that are most advantaged will start traveling more. And finally, by way of introduction, an important piece that we should think when thinking about transforming transport is, of course, the act of traveling is only one way to fix what people's underlying problem might be, which is access. On this chart, you can see the triple access model describes how physical mobility gives people access to goods and services and opportunities and social connections. But you can also solve that transport problem, not just with transport solutions. So internationally, this is my plea that transport people work with urban and spatial designers to ensure that a transport problem of, let's say, a community getting access to work could be solved by ensuring that new housing was built near places of employment. If you live right near where you work, you barely have a commute at all. So the transport sector needs to work with land use and yes, spatial plans that are also concentrated on the same sort of problem. And increasingly, digital connectivity allows people to connect without having to travel at all. And we're doing that right now across the world with things moving at the speed of light. So I hope that transport people can work with digital connectivity to ensure that sometimes the best trip you make is the one you didn't need to make at all, and you could access what you needed to without traveling. And also, as I can see actually evidenced on the screen now, some people are using digital connectivity while traveling to access the kind of information they want to while they're on the move. So digital connectivity while traveling is really the way in which we can make journey time more meaningful to people. And that leads me to my sort of conclusion of an introduction, which is the greatest fallacy we might have is thinking that journey time is wasted time. One, because we know that people do useful things when they're traveling, but two, because that mindset will lead us to a narrow set of solutions that make us think that journey time is something to be abolished, and the only solution is to speed things up. But actually, as I'm going to show you today, there are so many ways that are available to us to make the journey experience better, so people can travel and use their time more meaningfully, however that is, whether that's working or socializing, or it could be just sleeping. More meaningful time spent traveling. And that is particularly true of public transport that has its unique selling point of being a mode of transport that you can hopefully sit back, relax. You don't have to drive yourself. You're in a safe environment and you can do useful things. So a key way in which public transport will deliver mode shift is by delivering a better service and experience for people. That brings me around to say the wealth of psychology leads us to reinforce that we are a species, Homo sapiens, not a fictitious species of Homo transporticus, building on that Homo economicus language, where economics has in the past fallen into the trap of hoping that people were utility maximizing, extremely intelligent, of knowing all of the economic possibilities, they would make an optimal decision. We know that Homo transporticus in this setting, people don't know all the routes, they don't know all the tickets, they can't know every possible delay in journey. We know that people have limited information and they have diverse sets of preferences. And that's what makes humans great. In a good way, we'll see that means that people picking different ways of traveling can spread people out. I come at this from a discipline of the behavioral and social sciences, and I put on screen these different models or frameworks for thinking about behavior. Really, they are theories, and theories developed from researchers like yourselves at universities around the world, generating a more rigorous way of thinking how do people choose how to behave. Not merely they have attitudes, they also have emotions, they have a sets of capabilities, they have sets of ideas and social relations. So on screen, on the left, you can look at people from an individual level. What are the capabilities of a particular person? On the right, you can zoom out at a more social scale, looking at the relations between people at a bigger level of social forces that might shape whether a culture will move in one direction or another. In the bottom left, you'll probably see a familiar chart of change over time, of saying that there are already trajectories happening, and people will have some early or later adopters of technologies like electric vehicles, or that we know that people will, when making a change, they will first have it in a contemplation phase. They will start thinking about it. They then might take preparatory steps. They might finally take action. The change happens over time. And finally, if you wanted a shortcut to mastering behavior change, you could simply jump to the many applied models and frameworks on screen that describe these are shortcuts. These are ways, if you were designing a service or a piece of messaging, you're wise to think about it being easy, attractive, social, and timely. That's the EAST framework. Or you would be wise to think about the role of defaults. There are many ways in which these are shortcuts, but they don't themselves diagnose the complexity of behavior. And I'll jump in now because I think it's good that seeing is believing. And actually yesterday in the UK and other parts of Europe, we had a solar eclipse, which was stunning as the moon blocked the sun. And it's such a rare occurrence I've never seen before. But it made me, as I wore my solar glasses, actually think about the power of seeing something with my own eyes, for real. So if you are able to see your screens, I ask you to look at this checkerboard. Which square is the lighter shade of grey? Is it the square marked A or the square marked B? Feel free to write in the chat if you like.
Lighter shade, I see B.
That's right. I've seen this many times, and I also agree with you, Emmanuel. B looks to be the lighter shade. The checkerboard it's sitting on is a lighter shade of grey. But they are in fact the same shade of grey.
No.
Seriously? There's two facets going on. There's a thing called the color constancy effect, which is this green cylinder is casting a shadow. Your eyes have seen many shadows before, and it upweights. It thinks that it's darker than it really is. And then you've seen many checkerboards before. So that's the second fact of opposing luminescence gradients. So you look to the adjacent squares to see how bright you think that square might be. So they're the same shade of grey. And yet, I know, having said this many times, I'm delivering you facts, giving you evidence, giving you strong theory, but I bet you don't really believe me until you see it with your own eyes. And that's why, and that's both the power of the evidence we might show to governments and to the stakeholders we work with, that seeing is believing. So as we remove the context that has been forcing our eyes to see it a certain way, we can see how the grey starts to converge. We still have the checkerboard here and some artifacts from the shadow, but now you can see they're the same shade of grey. And with some visual illusions, you have to turn your eyes and squint. In this case, we can't switch it off. So when it comes back, B still looks like the lighter shade of grey. And this is going to be important for us as we move forwards. And I hope this hasn't been too disquieting for you today. It's going to be important because when I say transport is for humans, I really profoundly have to deal with the fact that humans are not machines and computers, and the things that we're good at have not evolved in ways that we necessarily expect. For example, in this case, our eyes are not designed to be light meters measuring the number of lumens, the light intensity at every pixel. We see things that are going to be advantageous to us. And a big part of our visual system goes through the history of everything that we've seen in the past. We're predictive engines that are basing our view and experience of the world on what we've seen in our childhood, our teenage years, and our adult life. And we're not about making the best decision, we're just about making the most right decision most of the time. So we approximate. And just as we do this with our eyes, these are not just curious visual illusions. They are also consistent with how we experience things like temperature, but also ideas, social ideas like fairness is always about context. Ideas of value for money is about context. Whether you think it's safe to walk or cycle in your area is not a measurement of the statistical risk. It is an experience you've had in your lifetime as you were growing up, maybe in a place that was safe to cycle, or wasn't, but you are now in a place that is safer. So context is everything. I'll now lay this onto an example from a transport setting. This might be trickier than an audience. I lived in London for 10 years, so I naturally was amazed by the London Underground network, and in fact, the tube map invented in around 1933 is itself its own, fantastic example of human innovation in helping people navigate an increasingly complex network. They moved from a spaghetti web diagram of routes to a clear, electrical circuit diagram. So if you were in London, you would be confronted with the choice of taking the London Underground from Liverpool Street to Victoria Station. There are different, as you can see, blurred out different routes you could choose, and many Londoners like to talk about their preferred route. Until recently, and only through the data of the Oyster card system and the Wi-Fi network, London Transport didn't know how this worked, but they now have found out that about half of people take the quickest route, changing and using an escalator at Oxford Circus, but a quarter of people choose instead to take the direct route, which is the yellow Circle line. And they don't have to change trains. There's air conditioning on the train. They usually get a seat, but the travel is maybe 3 or 4 minutes slower. And you see, curiously, 1 or 2% of people either go the wrong way or they change at Holborn for some reason. You can see this mapped out if you'd like on different options. The yellow route involved the least walking. The fastest route by a few minutes was changing, but using an escalator. And I always like to present the important aspect that for our underground system in London, if you needed step-free access, perhaps you're in a wheelchair, you wouldn't be able to choose either of those. You would need to take a bus to one of the stations that does have step-free access and take 2 trains. And unfortunately, you can see on screen, it would take you about twice as long, and you would pay nearly twice as much because you would pay for a bus and an underground, which I think we can agree is unfair and should be improved. And that leads us to some important questions. A famous psychologist, Abraham Maslow, came up with his iconic hierarchy of needs. And of course, transport needs to meet basic needs. It needs to get people from A to B in safety and in security. But there are higher level needs that sit on top. And when we look at how people choose the London Underground, it's not obvious what is the correct decision. And this is what fascinates me in building better transport. There isn't an obvious right answer. If we were at a conference today that was maybe about health or about finance, it would be a bit clearer that we could measure that as a better financial decision could be quantified, or a better health decision even could be measured as a healthier human body with better well-being. But in transport, it's not wrong to pick the fast journey if you need to go, if you're in a rush and you would otherwise miss the train. That's a great decision. But it's also not wrong to want to travel a little bit slower to read a book on the yellow Circle Line train. And it's not wrong to try and go a bit quicker and endure standing and be happy to stand while on a short 20-minute journey. But it's also fine if someone wants to sit down and they prioritize getting a seat or having data connectivity. And we see this in our own behaviors every day. We mix up how we travel. Some days I need to travel the fast way, and some days I need to, I'm not in such a rush. And the important lesson here is that when we have cities brimming with millions of people, we really need to embrace the fact it's good to spread people out. And it's good that some people want to walk, some people want to cycle. Given the choice, some will take the train, some will drive. And the worst outcome for a network is to be reliant on only one mode of travel all of the time. Because then, if we look at our tube map, if everybody chose chose the fastest route, if everybody chooses the fastest route, 44% becomes 100% of people, then those lines become even more jammed than they should be. So the only way, or a big way, to solve congestion problems is to get people to be happier taking slower routes that might also have lots of other advantages for their trip. So there might be just a slower but more reliable route, which is an extra dimension to speed that we can often forget. It's no good being the fastest route if sometimes it's not reliable, because then people act as though they have to factor in the amount of time that there might be if there was a big delay. And nearly finally, there's a really useful framework for how we think about people's needs. It came from Japan in the 1980s, and it's called Keynote theory, K-A-N-O. And it's about product and customer experience. And it says on the green line, there are basic needs. There are sort of must-have features for a transport network. And I think they're well described by the pyramid of hierarchy of needs. It has to be safe. It has to get you from A to B. Has to be reliable. Then they are features that your customer will need to have. Then in blue, there are performance needs, things where if it improves and there's more of it, we will always want it. We will want it to be cheaper because that saves us money. Saving money, each person money, is a nice thing. Performance needs, if you made almost anything faster, you would generally be happy about that. So they're factors that we can just keep improving. But the thing that transport almost always misses is the thing in red, which is delighters. These are factors that nobody would necessarily ask for on their service, but are really, really important. In the literature, a common example is on is given in a different situation of a public bathroom and on a toilet door. On the back of a toilet door, having a hook to hang your coat or bag when you use the toilet. It's not an essential feature of the toilet to have a hook on the door, but it's really useful, and it's a sort of small delight feature that enables people to use your service better. Imagine scaling that up to transport. There are features of a transport system that provide that people can get by without, but radically improve. And I would say digital connectivity, Wi-Fi, mobile connectivity is one feature that you currently don't have to have, but is extremely useful to people. Another delight feature would be having a table, and that enables people to eat, work, read, relax better. So I encourage you to think about the features that you might improve on the transport systems you work in. I always like to show this particular chart in presentations as well. If you liked the checkerboard, then try the paceometer for size. So you might think it's simple to measure speed, velocity. We all know how speed is measured. It's measured in miles or kilometers per hour. But that's not the only way of measuring velocity. There's another very valid way, which is flipped the other way around. Instead of distance in time, it's time to cover a particular distance. This is called pace, and people who do running often talk about their pace. They're running at 8-minute miles or 10 minutes per mile. And actually, the way it plots is different. And you can see, hopefully, on the screen that when you have speed, it's shown on the chart on the inside of the circle. When you measure pace, which in this case is, say, 15 minutes per 10 miles, the gaps become bigger and bigger as you get faster and faster. And what's actually happening is, just by looking at velocity from a different way, the time saving you get from going faster and faster gets smaller and smaller. So going from 70 to 80 miles per hour saves you only maybe 1 minute per 10 miles, you can see on screen. Whereas traveling, say, 30 to 40 miles an hour saves a substantial amount of time. And I think this is important for people's driving behavior, as people will speed thinking they need to get to their destination quicker. But when you're already going fast, it hardly saves you any time. So that leads to a conclusion, and I hope can be a broad one, which is we need to design for both reality and perception. We need to make transport more efficient and effective at moving things and people, but we can't only do that. We need to understand people's experience of a trip, and increasingly important when we get more modes of travel, because we need people to pick different forms. Typically mass transit or active transport for their own health. I'll cover this very quickly, but some of the ideas for this are in place around the world. Bus stops that have live information giving you certainty about when the bus or the transit is coming. In the bottom left, buses that show their route on the side rather than just the route on the front of the bus, so people know how often and where on the route the bus goes. In the UK and about 30 countries around the world, electric cars are made more visible by having a green color on their number plate, so people know that they're becoming more popular and used by more people. And providing digital connectivity on new trains allows people to spend their time more usefully. Some of this, getting to these ideas, is about involving people. This is an example from Merseyrail near Liverpool, in England. And they did a piece of participatory co-design work where they got residents of the area to experience the new train designs, of discussing what the colors should be, but more importantly, maybe than that, how to use the shared wheelchair space, how to show CCTV surveillance to give people assurance they were safe on the train, and really just involving the community to come up with better ideas. And I say better strongly because if transport serves the needs of the people that use it better, then it is better transport. And if they're happier using the features that they help design, then it is a better form of transport than could have been designed by someone without that lived experience. In my closing 3 ideas, my second is the need to have more balanced diets of travel behavior. So when we think about food, we all acknowledge we need to exist on lots of different forms of food, fats, proteins, vitamins. I think a much healthier future is one where people have the ability to choose different forms of transport. And it's a shame if someone can only ever use one form of transport, if they can say only drive, or if they don't have access to any transport and the only form they can do is to walk, or if they have poor mobility and they have to always work from home and they can't travel. And it's a healthier form of transport that we have a balanced range. And ideally, within a week or a year, people are fluent in knowing how to travel in these different ways. Because after all, travel is a skill. You need to learn how to drive, but you also usually need to learn how to use a bus. And if you haven't used a train in your area for a long time, it's actually quite difficult to learn all the tickets and the prices. So getting people to travel different forms more often is a key way to build healthy habits. So I might finish with my final point of how do we rebalance the equation that's been in favor of sort of more engineering metrics. Firstly, psychology has an unenviable barrier to entry, which is it's describing a problem that we didn't necessarily know we had. If you now go and speak to an engineer, an economist, they might not acknowledge that this was a problem they'd necessarily thought about, that people were not cargo and that they were, through some relatively simple ideas, we could improve their experience. Secondly, we need leadership to transform and improve transport sector, leaders of transport organizations to apply more broad social science thinking. We need to acknowledge that the behavioral sciences are a specialist discipline that relies on evidence, evaluation, theory, but also because they're talking about people, everyone has a particular perspective that they can share. In the same way, there are different types of knowledge, the types of knowledge of the person traveling, the types of person who works in the sector as a bus driver, as a lorry driver, as an engineer at a service station, have forms of knowledge that are useful. And then of scale, that some of these ideas are incredibly small and simple, almost like a hook on the back of a toilet door. And some are much bigger, about deciding what infrastructure gets built, whether it's worthwhile to build a big road system or to build a big train system. So it goes from small to big. So are we getting there? Well, I think we need to continue the reforms that I see in transport to how it's measured, of these frameworks of both what are the benefits that transport enables at a social and global level. We need to continue investing in high quality transport. We need to stop using language that frames transport as a service that just gets people from A to B as quick as possible. That's a convenient fiction. And we need to stop using languages that might dehumanize people and think of them just as travelers when really they're important members of society. And we need to start by widening the scope and expanding our ideas about how things work. So I will finish there. I welcome any questions that we might have. You can always email me on the email below or get in touch on like LinkedIn, other platforms. And I hope this has been an interesting talk. And I've been delighted to share, especially to an international group. And I've seen many of you using your travel time very effectively. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much. I would like to, again, just start this with your last slide. If you can please go back to the last slide, please, because that's the motivation. Yes, this. I thank you because I keep saying it. I see myself as I'm not an engineer, but I like what you said about widening the scope. So when we talk about transport, it's not just about service, which you have challenged me. It's not just about getting people from A to B, but widening that scope and really recognizing there are so many stakeholders within this ecosystem. So thank you so much for sharing that. I've got some questions because of the time, but I would like to start with this. What do you mean by Homo transporticus?
Well, we include that in the book, but
Okay.
also just briefly. Well, there's a long-running idea and I suppose joke in economics of this idea of economic man, and someone went further to call him or her, actually typically him, Homo economicus, and that's where the economics language realized in economics. So this is like in finance and in how people make consumer decisions. To make the sort of maths work, they have to make some assumptions about consumer behavior. And this was really more 50 years ago, where it was described as being very narrow. So classical economics has to have a utility function. The person wants the most utility. And because they don't know about the decision context of all these individuals, say of farmers, of bankers, of workers, of shoppers, then they have to assume they have what's called perfect information. They know all the options that are available. They can't model the idea that some people know some things and some people don't, and some people, you know what the real world is like.
Yeah.
That's been critiqued in economics, and it has been improved in economics. So we simply say that transport has fallen into its own similar sort of trap in thinking of people not as human beings that have super strengths and super weaknesses. It's fallen into the trap of thinking the people we're transporting are Homo transporticus, this species, as I say, that of course they'll do the right thing. They want to drive safely. They know all of the routes. If we have a set of tickets and options, they'll be able to navigate and know what fare is best for them. They'll be able to do the maths. They'll work it out. We know that that's not true in the real world. People make mistakes, and that's the main story behind, say, road safety. People will always make mistakes. But we also know that people take the easier routes of decisions. So if you make, say, a train or bus network's tickets confusing, then instead of them trying to work out what the ticket price might be, they will simply quit, and they will either walk, or they will drive, or they will take the option that is simpler to them, rather than try and work out every possibility. I hope that helps, and I know that Homo transporticus is a mouthful.
Yes, I guess that's something I need to go and read up on. So one more question. I'm just very mindful of the time because we need to go into the next session. I know you shared this triple access model, and I want to connect it with another point which you raised about transport for people with disability, whereby they need to pay twice, pay the bus and pay the train. The triple access model shows physical mobility, spatial proximity, and digital connectivity. But where do you see the Homo transporticus? Where do you see human in this triple access model? Somebody with disability How do you see them within this model? Should they be considered within this model, especially when you reflect on their own experience in London, in that immigration show, where they need to pay twice, pay on bus, pay on train? So how do we put that human into that triple access model? I know you didn't design the model, but I just thought of hearing your thoughts about it, please.
Yeah, I think when I show the triple access model, my criticism and a couple of others have been that transport still is, or access is still not just a means to an end.
Okay.
The access to safe transport, digital connectivity, and being able to access things near where you live is also a human right, a basic right, a decent need. So there is an element that we can't say to someone for whom we have designed out of the transport network, don't worry, you can just achieve access digitally, or don't worry, you don't need to travel, you can just stay locally. I agree that, and I show the need for improved accessibility, because we should also do work to describe the kind of basic, either I say basic as a decent living standard, or a social commitment to some aspect of equality, that if having physical limitations or mental limitations might not allow you to access every form of transport available.
Okay.
If you're blind, you're not going to be able to drive. Someone's going to help you.
Autonomous car.
Yeah. But there needs to be in the whole world a discussion of what a decent level of mobility access is, to ensure people aren't excluded entirely. We have that for, say, children have the right to a healthy diet, or a minimum amount of calories, or we acknowledge that people have to have access to safe drinking water, or that they have to have access to education. We're not quite there yet in this century of saying people have to have access to some form of safe, and I say that, knowing that the leading cause of death is often in transport, safe ways to travel.
That's fine.
Thank you. Question.
Thank you. My last point is about the example you gave with the hook at the back of the toilet. And I'm looking at it. What do you think about the Starlink Wi-Fi on airlines? Is that something going extra, which is not really needed, but imagine having access to internet when you fly 30,000 feet. Is that one of those things that is needed?
It is needed if you want to grow your market and compete against other options. So Keynote theory identifies that a particular service or provider can gain a big advantage, not just by competing on the basic needs and the performance needs, but by identifying some new attribute people hadn't thought of, that then attracts people to come and use them. In this case, the toilet door, of course, people don't have a choice of toilets, but the people procuring bathrooms do. And if they notice that their people are happier as a result, or they want to provide them a quality service, I would suggest to you that the more luxury the establishment, the more likely the toilet door is to have a hook on it. But important, I say that as a quip. But yes, something like Starlink Wi-Fi for an aeroplane is both trying to grow the market to get people to travel who wouldn't otherwise, because they might see a long-haul flight as a pain and be hard to do work on, or they're improving the experience of it. But also, excitingly, innovations in delight features become expected when they become popular. Imagine Wi-Fi at a cafe or in your hotel. It's quite, I think you would expect that now. But these new innovations spread out, and they can be used in more scenarios. So when you say Skylink or Starlink, to me, I also think of connecting digital communities, of giving people ability to to call someone when they're at a bus stop, be able to have phone signal so that they can feel safe or make digital payments. So one technology used for a niche thing
Mhm.
cascade out to become great for a lot of people. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pete. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. Yes, I've again almost transporticals. That is one word I'm taking away from this. So it's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
On behalf of
Thanks so much,
everybody,
everyone. Keep in
I
touch.
say thank you. Surely we will be in touch. Thank you.
Great.
Yes. Now for every other person, we will be breaking into different tracks. So this main room will be for track A, which is going to be we have two presentations by Malik Mohammed and Mubarak Kende Busari. And after that, we'll have a session with the engineers with borders. So we have the first 25 minutes for the presentations. And after that will be the engineers with borders. So let me just quickly check. Malik Mohammed, are you here with us? Please just rename yourself so I can
Dr.
invite
Mogachi,
you.
Dr.
Yes,
Mogachi,
I'm
shall we
here.
exit then for
Oh
the other
yes,
parallel sessions?
that's all right.
Okay.
Please, you can
Okay.
exit and go to the track. Yes, let's check. How do we? So
Perfect.
again, you can exit and go to the next track. So we got
Yes.
track. So this is D now. You got track E and track F. So which are running
Perfect. See
simultaneously.
you then.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Yes. So let me just check. Do we have who is the first speaker? Let me check again.
Dr. Manuel, I'm here.
Malik. Okay, yeah, but can we see your face? I'm just seeing some bowling.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so let me
That-
open my camera.
That's good. Hold on that. Hold on. Let me check for the second person. Busari, are you here? So let me make you a co-host so you can also join the conversation. Busari, are you here? Okay. One more chance. Let me search for him. Okay, I know you are not here. Yes. So Malik, the floor is yours. You are meant to join us, but face to face. But at least I'm eager to hear your presentation. So the floor is yours. You've got 25 minutes. So 20 minutes for the talk, or let's say 15 minutes, then 10 minutes for conversation. But let's say 25 minutes for everything. So please, Busari, if you are here with us, please just nudge me or put something in the chat. Let me know you are here. So the floor is yours, Malik.
Let me see if you can see my screen.
Better I can see it now. No. Choose the previous one. Better, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me it's hung up.
Okay. It's got to next slide. Yes, back to first slide.
Okay, I think I'm good now.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the invitation to present this case study that we have done in Pakistan. Before I start, let me just go through my PC once again. Yeah.
Okay, we are waiting.
Yeah. So, sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me at the Transformative Transport Conference 2026. My name is Malik Arslan. I'm lead sustainable transport and e-mobility at LUMS Energy Institute in Pakistan. today I will share our experience of introducing electric three-wheeler into one of the most informal part of Pakistan transport system. The title of my presentation is Electrification as a Service, where we have evaluated mobility as a service, subscription, and other ownership model for Pakistan informal three-wheeler sector. For informal transport, electrification is not only a vehicle technology problem; it's a service design problem that we come to know. A little about my institution. This research is basically come from my organization, Lamzit Institute, where we work across energy, technology, policy, sustainability, and wide forwarding in electric mobility overall. So we have partnered with the USAID. We have fundings from Horizon Europe, as well as we recently won the climate finance from Mitigation Action Facility as well for the mass deployment of swappable battery-based network in Pakistan for the electric three-wheelers. To understand, we need to see the current landscape of Pakistan transport network. Pakistan has a very large two-wheeler network. Approximately 28 million two-wheeler are in Pakistan roads. And then if you see the second largest segment is it's cars and SUV, ranging about 5 to 6 million. These tools are basically used as a private vehicle. For public transportation, we have three-wheeler, buses and vans, and then also we have a orange train network, which is being used for the within city commute for the people. Three-wheeler is something which we are now looking into because the electrification of three-wheeler is something which we consider as a lowest hanging fruit, because it has particularly important about the three-wheelers. It's not just a vehicle. For many low-income drivers, it's an income-generating asset for them. At the same time, for passenger, it provides first and last mile connectivity, particularly for the formal public transport where it does not reach. Three-wheeler also serves as multi-purpose. Passenger rickshaws are one part of the market, while loader rickshaws are important for urban logistics. And we talk about electrifying these segments, and we are not simply replacing an engine. We are intervening in a livelihood system, and you will see in next slides as well. The mission portfolio is quite challenging. According to the figures, almost like 43% of the total emission in Punjab. This is one of the largest provinces in Pakistan. It comes from transport system. And so there's one city which is called Lahore, which is a metro pole. And there's a study conducted by the urban unit, and they claim that 83% of the emissions 83% of the bad quality is due to the transport network. So the challenge wasn't like so our challenge is how do we make this transition happen in the market where drivers operate on a daily cash flow, and upfront cost matters a lot in Pakistan, and resale value is also an important factor. So how we need to encourage those electrification over there. So what we have done is that we therefore established a pilot project in Multan. It's a mid-city in Pakistan, and we deployed 30 electric three-wheeler using swappable batteries, supported by 3 battery swapping stations located within approximately 10-kilometer urban radius. And the locations were selected based on the demand of the drivers who were operating there. So our first objective was to check can an electric three-wheeler actually work in this market. So we conducted some sort of, you can say, analysis that how it is comparable with the current fuel-based vehicle that are running. And we also wanted to identify that what is the right way to provide the vehicle and energy service to the driver. So we tested out the mobility as a service model initially, because 60% of the three-wheelers in Pakistan, they are on the rental model. So rickshaw drivers don't own them, but there's an operator who has 40, 50 rickshaws in bulk, and he gave the rickshaws to the driver on a daily rental basis. So it's called mobility as a service model in Pakistan already. So we wanted to integrate this mass with the electrified vehicle. So I think the problem we try to identify and we have seen in most of the discussion that it focuses on vehicle technology, charging, total cost of ownership, and emission. Our initial focus was on how to introduce those electric vehicle into very high informal segmentation. But later on, we see that our actual question is basically how much do uh, if a driver perspective is to be taken, how much do I have to pay today? How much do I can earn today, and how much flexibility do I have to operate this vehicle? Because it's a very fragmented and very informal segment, so you need to play around based on the driver's need. And we framed this in such a way that different service model influence vehicle utilization, driver income, and behavior and business viability. So based on this, as I mentioned, that we first try mass. After getting, you can say, good results, that obviously people are choosing those electric three-wheeler compared to those ICE vehicle. We then introduced this subscription-based model where the driver pays a very fixed daily fee and can swap batteries without paying an additional fee for every swap. Third, we tested the lease to own, where the driver make installment plan towards eventually owning the vehicle. And finally, we considered about the battery as a service as well, where the battery itself become a separate service rather than part of the vehicle ownership. So these four were basically our tested models that we have checked. So how we study the system. So initially, we compared the operating behavior of fossil fuel and electric three-wheelers under mass, and then we shifted our track towards subscription. We use GPS and telematics to track daily distance of and operating behavior of different drivers who are in the subscription and mass and other models. We also captured their energy consumption and associated operating costs as well. And importantly, we are not relying on these numbers. We also did the quantitative analysis, and we also conduct some surveys from drivers to understand their preferences, their perception of value, their flexibility requirement, and most importantly, why they choose to move from one service model to another. So it's a whole of a, you can say, holistic approach where we track, measure, and then survey and compare those, and then take the observation. So here the results. So under the conventional fuel-based three-wheeler, the daily operating ranges from 80 to 100 kilometers in this city, Multan city. But when we give the electric three-wheelers to those rickshaw drivers, because of its you can say good designing, less noise, and also creating a very less fatigue compared to the fossil fuel, because fossil fuel three-wheeler has an engine right next below the drivers. So the drivers are, you can say, when they drove for like 100 kilometers, they become very fatigued at the end of the time. But this vehicle, because of no noise, less vibration, less, you can say, smelly because of the fuel and CNG. This give them a bit of a cushion, and they drive more vehicle. And it's a behavioral sort of, you can say, analysis that we find out that because of this clean and technology and easy technology, and which has a very less vibration and noise, drivers are actually increasing their mileage per day. So then we introduced the subscription model, because we know that this is still not the optimal mileage per kilometer this city has. So we introduced this subscription model, and this is where we saw significant behavioral change, and we have observed that the vehicle mileage goes from 120 to 150 or 160 kilometer per day. So on an average, we saw roughly 40 kilometer per day increase in mass in mobility compared to the mass. And also the operating hours of the rickshaw driver also increased by 3 to 4 hours per day. So so we need to find out that why this is happening. So we discussed this with drivers, that why they have a, you can say, sudden change of kilometer per day compared to the previous analysis. So we talked to drivers, and the dominant explanation was the flexibility. Under mass, every additional battery swap create an additional cost. But under subscription, the driver pays the fixed daily amount upfront already. So once that payment has been made, the perceived marginal cost of the additional driving become much lower. And the driver actually understood this very well, and they could calculate their own economics. That if I'm already paying the amount of the day, why would I stop early when there's a demand? Another important thing we have seen is that the driver were actively choosing the model that they believed gave them greater flexibility and better economics. Uh, it's not the only reason. We have not changed the motor. We have not changed the battery. We just introduced a new model just to get the better outcome of it. Currently, we have 18 vehicles on subscription. 8 are still under the MAS, and then 4 vehicles are being used for lease to own. But again, there are some, you can say, issues that I wanted to discuss over here as well. Uh, so there's a very important question comes in that if somehow you didn't put a cap on the swap value that you can conduct unlimited swap per day, then how the economics of operator works. So in subscription, what we have seen is that we design this subscription model around a maximum realistic value of 200 kilometer per day. We have conducted some surveys in the city Multan, and we find out that this is the maximum achievable mileage a rickshaw driver can achieve per day. And based on this 200 kilometer per day assumption, we made this subscription model value. And this become somehow very attractive to the drivers, because I mean, we have seen that drivers were operating almost like 150, 160 kilometer per day. And we have seen in our analysis that there are only few times when the rickshaw reaches beyond 200 kilometer, but it's very rare. And this phenomena is happening to those, you can say, people who have sharing model. For example, if they have a 2 family members in their house, brother or maybe 2 brother or maybe father or a son, they can share the same vehicle because they already paid the rental value per day. But now with this option, they can drive the vehicle more per day. So one person is, you can say, running a vehicle in a day, and the other person, if there's a demand at the night time, they can also run the vehicle. Another important factor, and that we have also incorporated our economics model, it was that our swapping infrastructure is approximately 80% solar powered, with the remaining 20% coming from the grid. And when solar availability is insufficient, we use this 20% from the grid. But in our operating context, solar electricity has substantially lower energy cost than the grid electricity in Pakistan. So this energy cost differential provides an additional headroom in the service economics, and that's how it's making the business case more viable. Obviously, we have to see for the largest city where the mileage per day increase. For example, in city in Lahore, the average mileage per day for a 3-wheeler rickshaw ranges from 300 kilometer per day. So obviously, we need to come up with a different, you can say, economics over there, just to set. Yeah. So what we find out from these things, that first, the service model determines the payment structure and risk allocation. So there's, you can
2 more
say,
minutes,
elements.
please. 2 more
Okay.
minutes.
And the second element is the payment structure influence driver behavior as well, particularly the flexibility and utilization. Third is basically the change in behavior affect the service output as well. More kilometers, and our observation, with more kilometers, the driver earns more as well. And finally, they affect the business case through asset productivity and adoption. Obviously, we integrate solar, and then we also have to see that if rickshaw drivers are not opting the ownership of the vehicle, because obviously they have a very high upfront cost, and one important factor is the low resale value. Resale value in Pakistan is very important. And after 5 years, when they wanted to see that if I owned a rickshaw, and electric rickshaw, for example, and if I wanted to sell it, will there be a market for it or not? So these are some of the challenges we encountered in our lease to own ownership, and obviously for the battery swapping, battery as a service model. Yet we don't have any rickshaw that is being fully owned by our driver. But we are hoping to, you can say, have one driver in a couple of months, and we are ready to see, you can say, those sort of things, that how the battery as a service model can work on. And lastly, the unit of innovation is not only the vehicle, it's the service ecosystem around the vehicle. You have to integrate the solar, you have to integrate the different models and financial models, so that it makes sense to both operator as well as to the drivers as well. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer and discuss further if there's any queries.
Thank you so much. I'm just checking if there's any question, because I've got my own questions, so I think I could start. Yes, thank you so much. This is of interest, and I was expecting some kind of comparison between the service models. Can you just briefly tell us about it? What, maybe in terms of comparison between all the four that you listed? Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, can you come again? There's
The
a lag in the.
comparison between all the four service models that you described.
Yeah. So if I just tell you a very bit, you can say, analysis under the
Okay.
mobility as a service model, where you run the electric three-wheeler, the cost of each swap is somehow which drivers you can say neglect. So driver has a cushion. So whenever drivers see that, okay, I've earned this much amount per day, it's okay. And if still he has a time for, like, for example, 2 or 3 more hour shift available, he won't do this, because he have a target, he achieved this target, and he can go on. But with this
Okay.
subscription model, when he already paid, you can say, a healthy amount, he will try to, you can see, reach a very maximum number. And in that case, he utilized more vehicle compared to the mobility as a service. For lease to ownership model, we have seen a very less number. And that's the reason which I told you, because the rickshaw drivers don't see this vehicle as an asset, and when they wanted to compare this electric vehicle with the fossil fuel, they think that fossil fuel vehicle after 5 years has a resale value, but obviously the electric one, their resale value is not yet defined, so the people are not opting lease to own as well. And if there is a very lease, you can say, adoption in the lease to own ownership, there is very few people who are owning the rickshaw, and therefore the battery as a service model is not working yet. So we can't claim that battery as a service model failed, because we don't have a rickshaw under this kind of category. But the earlier three, we see mobility subscription as a top, you can say, model. Then on second number, it's mobility as a service, and then on third, lease to ownership is the third number, which we find out that it's uptaking.
Thanks. So when we talk about ownership, so who owns the tricycle? So can I own my tricycle and charge it in my house? Or can I own my tricycle and be replacing batteries? So in
Yeah.
terms of ownership, so sorry, I just want to clear. No, tricycle, I charge it myself. Number two, I own the tricycle, but I swap battery. And
Yeah.
number three, I own it. No, I lease it, but I still swap battery. So I just want to understand the concept of ownership in terms of these service models.
Yeah. So under mass and under subscription, both the batteries and the rickshaw vehicle, the three-wheelers, are owned by a single operator.
Okay. So okay. That's right. Go on. Sorry. Go on.
So he's the, you can say, owner of batteries and rickshaws. So what happened in Pakistan is that the rickshaw has a rental value, and then battery also has a rental plus energy value. Okay, so combine of that leads to subscription. And if you go for a mobility and a service, so you have to pay a rental fee of the rickshaw, and each time the swap is being made done, you have to pay for each swap. For lease to own, we have introduced Islamic finance over there, where you have a few person, you can say, ownership to the operator, and then few percent of ownership to the rickshaw driver. So each day when he's paying the rent, he's also paying the financing amount as well, until he reaches the parity. So the day when his ownership becomes 100%, he completely owns the rickshaw. But again, at that time, battery is a swappable. It's not rechargeable by home, because we have integrated the system over there. They have you can say, IoT devices installed. A person cannot charge the vehicle from home, so he has to come back to the swap station and then get it swapped from us, which
That's
leads to the battery as a swapping model. Yeah.
Thank you. And that will lead me to my other question. So, in terms of your research, did you engage with the service provider, those who swap the batteries, or you engage with the customers who go to swap?
Yeah, so we go to those people who already have, you can say, pool of those vehicles. For example, the ICE vehicle operator, as I mentioned, that there's an operator who has almost like 100 and you can say 200 vehicles who rent those vehicles on a daily basis, but they are fuel based, petrol based. We go to them. We propose this innovative model to them, and they are pretty, you can say, forward looking in that case. And so this model is basically. We have presented this model in front of the climate finance, which is called Mitigation Action Facility. And this project is now being approved. We have been granted 8 million euros for this mass deployment of this battery swapping network to check the mobility and a service and different other models as well. So we have seen a lot of, you can say, interest from the franchisee who are gonna take this model and deploy it in nationwide in other cities as well. But obviously, they need to, you can say, modify the financial and economic model just to see how those things work. So we have seen potential potential interest from the private sector who already have this mobility as you can say, a mobility as a service model in fuel vehicle, but now they wanted to shift, you can say, toward the electric. But the existing ecosystem with the different swap station available for the three-wheeler, it's very rare. This is one of, you can say, one of the first company which is providing swappable battery-based network for three-wheeler. But there are two-wheeler swappable battery-based solutions. We have almost like two different companies who are working on it, but they have a different specs and different sort of things, because interoperability is also an issue. And the government is trying to, you can say, define those standards for this. But currently it's fragmented. Everybody has their own standard. But obviously, it's going to take some time to, you can say, go for have a very unique and uniform standard for every battery for swapping.
That's fine. Thank you so much. I hope to see you in the UK sometime soon to present this. Yes, I like the topic. I think it's something practical to just break it down and understand the small ecosystem. If not for time, I was more interested even in the financial model, the service ecosystem. But thank you so much for this. And I'm sure we will engage further to really understand this. So again, just a passing thought, they are doing a lot of this swapping thing in Kenya. So maybe that is something you can also look into to see what is happening in Pakistan and how does it compare to what is happening in Kenya. But thank you so much, Malik. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we should have our next speaker, but I don't think he's here, Busari. So I think let me just check one more time let me just check. Busari, are you here with us? Where are my list of participants? Okay, so I can't see him on the chat. So I will now invite Tim from Engineers with Border and Anya from Engineers with Borders here to take the floor. So let me make you guys co-hosts. Okay, confirm and
great, thank you. And my colleague Max as well. If you could
Max,
make it
okay, let me make co-hosts. Confirm. Now I need to find Max.
No worries.
Okay, that's fine. I've seen him. Okay, Max, make host. That's fine. Yes, so Tim, the floor is yours. Yes, I anticipate 15 minutes, but by 15 minutes, if Pusari has not come, we might just carry on till it's time for the next break. But the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Great stuff. Cool, Max is just getting us started. So, hello everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. And a massive thank you to Emmanuel for inviting us to be present today, and also kudos for putting together such a packed schedule. I know how much work. Well, I don't know how much. I can only imagine how much work you have put in. For those of you who've not met me before, I'm Tim Wilson, and I'm the Universities and Partnerships Lead at Engineers Without Borders UK. I hand over to Anya.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anya, the Program Coordinator at Engineers Without Borders UK. And we also have our fabulous colleague Max, who's going to be working behind the scenes today, supporting us with the slides and just a few extra things as well.
Brilliant. So, to kick things off, we have a Menti for you. So, for those of you in the room, please go to menti.com and put in this code. We have a few little icebreaker, fun type questions. So we've got, this is going to be a very interactive session, full stop. So, we're going to be inviting you to feedback on a bunch of things through the session today. But please go here. Max will hold this slide for the next however many seconds until Max deems the appropriate time to go through to the next slide. What do you think, Max? Shall we roll? Oh, he's already rolled. He's already rolled. It'd be wearing.
Am I the only one? I can only see a white background and 4 dots.
Yes, you're not alone.
There are 4 dots that are rolling in the middle.
Okay.
Correct.
Sure thing.
Oh, that's Professor Ugoma from Lagos State University. I heard that voice. Yes, so unique. Yes. Hello, ma'am. If you can hear me, this is Emmanuel.
Shall we resort to the alternative, Max?
Hello, Prof. You're doing an incredible job. I like the Engineers Without Borders, like Médecins Sans Frontières. So they said Doctors Without Borders. So what do we now say?
Don't tell them you like them now. Tell them later.
No, we appreciate all the positivity. Thank you. That's very kind. We'll talk a little more.
You're welcome.
Max is just getting another screen up.
In the meantime, we've got you full screen, Tim.
I know it's quite that's quite scary. Here we go. Here we go. It's take 2. Where are you all from today? So there are 96 of you in the room right now. So I expect to see a lot of dots on this screen.
I mean, I will see. Okay, 2.
And I know quite a few of you are from Africa today. I know there are a few people from the UK beyond us.
I think the map is quite difficult to place your dot on it. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. I do.
Okay.
Especially if you're doing it on your phone. I did try on the phone earlier. It's like, oh, okay. And also, I love the fact that one blue dot can cover the whole of the UK. So I appreciate. All good. We have a few continents covered. So I'm happy to move on to the next question, Max. So yes, this was a little icebreaker question. What percentage of motorized trips in African cities are in formal transport? Oh, yes. Someone actually went 100%. I don't know if they meant 100%. I think the reality is a little closer to where you guys. Oh, hello. I know there are more of you in the room. Okay. Max, you want to move to the next slide? This is the reality. It's not an Uber. It's not an Uber act. That's a terrible point. It's not an actual complete answer, but up to 95% in African cities, and by contrast, up to 50% in Latin American cities. And the next slide, please, Max. For those of you in the Mentee, what is your own daily transport experience like? Someone has said electrifying. That could mean many things. Stressful, stressing, not good, or good, active. I travel by bike. A lot of emissions. I use electric vehicle. Can't comment. Can't comment, won't comment. Not bad.
Got traffic congestion in the chat as well.
Have we? Excellent. Cool, thank you. Unplanned traffic. Horrifying traffic jam. It's generally not a positive. There's a couple of people who well done, the person who has a good transport experience. That is unique, I think, amongst the comments coming through here. Exhausting, someone put in the chat. Okay, we will come out of this and back into the Canva, I think, Max. Thank you very much. I think once the slides are back, Anya, it is over to you.
Thanks, Tim. Cool. So yeah, just a little bit about us before we get into things. At Engineers Without Borders UK, we work on making engineering, education, and practice genuinely useful for the challenges people face on the ground. And as we know, transport is one of the biggest challenges. Engineering has an enormous influence on the world that we live in, from infrastructure and energy systems to digital technologies and materials. The sector has played a really significant role in getting us to where we are today. Unfortunately, not all of that influence has been positive, and many of you will be acutely aware of this in the transport sector. So, for example, we know that 92% of the world's 1.19 million annual road crash deaths occur in low and middle income countries due to poorly engineered roads, or lack of pedestrian infrastructure, or even weak safety enforcement. The engineering sector is at the heart of many of the global challenges that we're facing today, like the climate emergency, and challenges that are deeply interconnected and systemic. So the nature of these challenges means that addressing them requires more than technical excellence. It requires engineers who can think systemically, consider social and environmental consequences, but also work with diverse communities.
So, at Engineers Without Borders UK, Engineers Without Borders UK, our aim is to put a global responsibility at the heart of engineering so that the profession is better equipped to respond to these challenges. And naturally, much of this work is deeply connected to sustainability and to climate. And within our work, we explore questions such as, how can engineers better understand system-level impacts of their work? How do we balance environmental, social, and economic trade-offs? How do we ensure solutions are designed with communities rather than for them? So therefore, many of the skills needed to address sustainable transport, including systems thinking, ethical reasoning, collaboration, they're at the heart of what we promote. And through all of this, our overarching principles of global responsibility are around balancing the needs of all people within the limits of our planet. So this is about the social, environmental, and economic impacts of engineering, both locally and globally. And we emphasize shaping outcomes in ways that are both equitable and ethical. So this involves considering the full life cycle of any project and ensuring fairness at every stage.
And it's within this systemic context that Reshaping Transport came about. Reshaping Transport began in 2024 with a simple observation. Much of engineering education, in particular around transport, trains individuals to design for places that already have the resources, the infrastructure, and the data. But as many of you here today will know, most of the world's transport doesn't look like that. And we've run several interventions under the banner of Reshaping Transport, from running design challenges to synthesizing and analysing research as part of the UK government-funded High Volume Transport Programme, which looks at how transport actually functions in the parts of the world most engineering courses don't spend much time on. So the Reshaping Transport Playbook was one of our key outputs. And to recap, much of the transport engineering education trains people to design for places that already don't have the money, the roads, the data. But as that's not what most of the world's transport looks like, the playbook exists to close that gap. All of this work fits into a key aspect of our work. We want everyone in the engineering community to not just learn about the ways that they can make a positive impact, but to take urgent action. With this work, we seek diverse values and ideas, and we'll always try to build consensus behind various positions and initiatives. We'll often challenge preconceptions and the normal way of doing things to move engineering practice forward. But also, we accept that the total agreement on some issues may not be possible.
So a little bit about the playbook. The playbook contains a set of 5 structured plays with the aim to help educators and academics bring sustainable, global, responsible mobility thinking into their teaching. And the content covers everything from foundational concepts through to full student design projects. Think of each one as a self-contained, ready-to-run teaching activity, not a textbook chapter. Each play takes one idea and turns it into something concrete you can actually do with students. A discussion, an exercise, a project brief. So they run from a short introductory session all the way up to a full multi-week design challenge. Given the time we have today, which we think we have between 30 or 40 minutes left, we're not going to walk through all 5. That's not a good use of our time together, and honestly, it's not how you'd use the playbook in practice either. What you do ideally is you pick the play that fits where your students are and what you're trying to achieve. And because we don't have much time, what we want from today is a bit more specific. We've picked one play, actually one part of one play, and we want you to give your honest expert reaction to it. And in terms of that, we want to know what you think works, what doesn't, and what you'd change before you'd actually use it.
So the play that we're focusing on today is play A, The Case for Sustainable Mobility. And we picked this one deliberately. It's the playbook's own entry point designed to work, even if you've never encountered any of this before. It doesn't assume that you already know what we mean by terms such as sustainable mobility, the transport hierarchy, or the global majority. It builds on those ideas from scratch. In full, it would actually run about 90 minutes and recognizes why sustainable mobility matters, unpacking these key terms and comparing your own everyday transport experience against the reality for most of the world's population. But today we have 15 to 20 minutes, so we're just going to introduce one of the exercises from play A, and Tim will now explain what we'd like you to do.
Yes, indeed. So let's take a look at what this play means in practice. I will break this all down. So this is the first exercise from play A. It's called Recognize the Significance. So this is a very simple information sharing exercise that gives learners context, gets them thinking about sustainable mobility for the global majority and not just their own experience. You can see the shape of it on the slide. So first, you define the key terms around sustainable mobility. Second, you make the case for why sustainable transport actually matters, both economically and socially. Next, you bring in key issues in transport, such as equity or inclusion. And finally, you close with a reflection on why this matters for how we engineer, more fairly. So to be clear about what this actually asks of you, if you are a member of teaching staff, this is something that you would present or facilitate. You would walk your students through those terms and make the case for why sustainable transport matters, and then land on a reflection prompt. If you're a student, your job would be to sit with that reflection prompt and write a short response. So basically a few sentences on why this matters for how you would engineer more fairly. Either way, the output here is the same. Students would produce a short piece of reflective writing, not a worksheet or a design task. So I would like you, the 90 or so who are in the room, to read the slide with those scenarios in mind. If you are an educator, an academic, i.e. a member of staff within your university, imagine that you are delivering this to students next term, next semester. If you are a student, imagine that you're the ones doing the task. So I'm going to ask you some questions and sense check this exercise. So take a couple of minutes, read the play on the screen, and using the chat in Zoom, I'd like you to know, we'd like to know, what is one thing that you actually like about what we're asking you to do here? So I'll give you an example. I like that it starts from lived experience rather than theory. So it's easy to get students talking straight away. There's an example. How does this land with all of you? It'd be great if you could put some examples in the chat.
I'm not so sure if I understand the context.
Yeah.
That is me. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the weather, but I see two things, and what exactly, so if I'm coming in as a lecturer or educator, what exactly would you want me to contribute here?
What we're trying to do is understand what are the key things around sustainable mobility that students need to be aware of?
Okay.
Why is it important?
Okay.
So the activity here, define key terms around sustainable mobility. So what is sustainable transport? What does global majority mean? What are terms that can be put on a screen that you don't understand? Why is it we have these conversations around sustainable transport? So you might say, I like it because it gets students to understand what it is that we're grappling with here.
Okay. So I should reflect on it, saying, if I was to engage with my students, how will I set the context for sustainable transport if I'm engaging with my students?
Exactly.
And therefore, students should think about it, saying, if my lecturer is engaging with me about transport, sustainable transport, what should I be asking?
Exactly.
Okay. So I am coming from a lecturer side. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. And of course, I know that there are students here as well.
Yes.
And I'm saying, if you imagine you are the task, doing the task, why is this useful for you as students? Imagine you were I know there might be masters and PhD students here today. Imagine you are a first year student arriving at this for the first time.
Catherine in the chat has said it's important for sustainable development, which is Yeah, great. Challenging the student to think beyond just the electric vehicles.
Yes, important for full participation in the economy of a country.
Yeah, it'd be nice to hear from some of the students as well.
Oh yeah. As I say, I'm very curious about PhD students, or students who might be further along. What was your when you came into your where did you land on transport? And were there things in your first year that you didn't get that you would have liked to have understood around these areas, for example?
Sustainable transport is reduces.
Give it one more minute. I have another question. It's good. There's some good answers here, so thank you. Yes, to also ask who is responsible for what.
And need to mitigate the gap in understanding the concept, sustainable transport between transport practitioners and transport users. Sometimes practitioners' plan and users' demands are not similar.
For me, sustainability should focus on equal access to safe, efficient, affordable, accessible, and clean mobility options. Thank you.
And I think the one above said sustainable transport is not only about clean mobility, but how the cities can be connected whilst improving health standards and climate change. However, the question is, does it really reduce the costs?
That's a really good one because we'll take you into a case study which actually puts this into stark contrast in a minute, and that is a really important. Obviously, things do come down to cost quite a lot of the time.
Team, you might want to see Manuel Allen. He says a PhD student from Liberia, but he's studying in Nigeria. So I hope he can unmute himself and join the conversation because you are specifically asking about PhD students.
Yes.
And I've seen that. So Emmanuel, if you are able to join, I don't know, but I just saw that and I thought of bringing it to your attention.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel, what would be great, and thank you for joining the conversation, is put yourself in the shoes of a first year student, or imagine what you were like when you were a first year, and sort of how you would like to have received this conversation coming into university. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds and then move on to the next question, just to keep on time.
Yeah, I'm a PhD student in transport engineering. My contribution is that sustainable transportation for me is the mover of every country's economy. So without transport, especially for my country, without transportation, everything is doomed. You cannot get local produce in the market. Movement is stalled and all of that. So I think sustainable transportation, we need to look at it on a broader perspective, from the economic side, from electric vehicle side, from gasoline side, from the environmental side, and we also have to look at even the design aspect per country, based on the temperature, based on the climate change effect on each country. So this is where I wanted to make a contribution concerning sustainable transportation.
Brilliant.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Let's get to the next question now, Max. Thank you for that, Mario. You've touched on very important areas, and I guess related to that, you've reflected on the things that you like. But what is there one thing here that's unclear? Hopefully, I've explained what it is. So thank you, Emmanuel, for asking me to clarify that element of your word clear. By unclear, I mean, for example, somewhat you might not exactly understand what informal transport means. What exactly counts as informal transport versus, I don't know, transport? Because the play, if you look in the playbook, the play uses the term informal transport a lot, but never quite defines the edges. That'll be one thing I'm aware of when I read it. And again, it's that thing of not taking terms for granted because you have to unpick them. They're very important. So we got here, who defines what is sustainable? The government, the transport operators, the users, or communities? And I guess that comes down to, I think, what is it? Our speaker, who was our previous keynote, I've forgotten his name. Yeah, he was pointing out the number of actors that you or you have to take on board when discussing transport. And this is equal. Your point here is equally relevant here. You know, it's there are a lot of actors you have to take on board, and a lot of people have different, and finding common ground and communicating is really, really important. Can a transport system be environmentally sustainable but socially unsustainable? That's a great question. I love that.
That's a professor asking questions. You can imagine.
That's a proper. That's proper. I have this, and someone said I have this question. I assume you mean the second question, unanswered from my previous research. I'm only making an assumption. I'm glad you found that. That's a great question. Aisha, sustainable transportation is about creating transport systems that meet today's mobility needs while reducing environmental impact, supporting economic and social development, cleaner fuels, vehicles, logistics, public transportation, route optimization, reducing unnecessary emissions and congestion. In Africa, sustainable transportation can play a major role in building more resilient and efficient supply chains. Is there anything here unclear?
Still around sustainable transport, right?
Yeah. Well, yes, the case for it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's clear. I guess it's just the boundaries of what defines sustainability. I guess for me, that's something to really reflect on. You've got this ecosystem, and to just say, what's the boundary? What defines this, or it's just anything? Because, for example, Emmanuel mentioned weather. And again, some people might say, yes, I like to walk, I like to cycle. But if the weather is not conducive, you will want to use the best of AC in your car. So I think there's so many things, and just to really understand the boundaries, for me, that is something I'm reflecting on now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes these boundaries, do need definitions or do need defining. And, it comes back to that, the point above, who defines it.
Yeah.
Sometimes these are boxes in which governments need to put things. Sometimes they do come from a place of what, people, users, and actually they're well played, that they have a community aspect in mind. But I always say that, this was my point first of all,
Yeah. I guess for us in Africa, informal transport seems to be everything. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I guess. So maybe when you start talking about informal, we think maybe aeroplane, thinking about even what's the cause where you put cars and go over water. What's it? Oh, I can see this big badge that you put your ferry. Would you also call ferry? Yes. So I guess that's something practical for us to reflect on. Who is asking this question and where are you asking it?
Informal doesn't necessarily mean the type. It could be how it's run, right? It could be run in a very informal way.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, gotcha.
That's another one. That's another, I don't know.
Another layer to it. That's fine. Answer.
Next question. See if this jigs you as well. Before we move to a little. So I'm curious to know, especially amongst the educators in the room, what would be the single biggest barrier to actually using this play as it is right now? So, for example, could it be timing? It takes a lot of time in your schedule to deliver something like this, for example. Related to Emmanuel's point just now, maybe your cohort is mostly from cities where informal transport is the majority mode. So some of the framing might read like it's explaining their own life circumstance back to them. I don't know. Just a thought. Could it be certified? We'd love that. And in fact, we deliver design challenges like we have a challenge called the Engineering for People Design Challenge, and that is accredited for UK spec. It has endorsements from Royal Academy of Engineering, a few other of the professional engineering institutes, for example. So to get to that level that'd be amazing. Should sustainability of transport systems, should it be looked at base on location? Yes, absolutely. And the whole purpose of what we do is it has to be based in real world. So, the experiences of people and how they use transport should always be based on how it is in the real world, on the ground. I hope that's what you mean. If I've misread that question. Okay, I think we should move on. Anya, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of your input so far. So far you've told us a bit about what's unclear and what works with this play in the abstract, but the real test of any teaching material is whether it holds up against something that actually happened, not just a hypothetical, kind of like we were just discussing in the chat just now. So let's just stress test this play against something that's real. In Manila, the Philippine government, with funding from the Asian Development Bank, replaced petrol tricycles with electric ones. And tricycles are really a core part of the city's paratransit fleet. So on paper, this was a really straightforward decarbonisation win. But it didn't really take off. There was a higher upfront cost than drivers could absorb, not enough charging infrastructure in place, and there were drivers who just kind of didn't trust the new vehicles yet. So here's why this matters to us right now. This swap, electrifying the paratransit fleet, is being proposed in cities around the world. So building on play A, we'd love you to reflect on how something like that would or perhaps would not work where you live. You don't have to use e-trikes if that's not relevant. It could be other electric vehicles, e-buses, e-scooters, e-rickshaws. So reflecting on where you live and how something like that would or would not work there. So our first question is, where would it work? Or perhaps where would it break down within your context? And what's the biggest thing that would make or break this within your context? So just a few examples you could think about. You could say, where I'm from, this would break down because most drivers rent their vehicles daily. They can't absorb the upfront costs, even with a subsidy, for example. So financing would need to change, not just the vehicle. So yeah, we'd love to hear where would this break down within your context, if you have any thoughts. And hopefully that makes sense.
And I should say thank you to Aisha for
Yes.
introducing her expertise as a student of logistics and supply chain management, and an very important point of understanding how sustainable transport can improve supply chain efficiency in Africa.
Fantastic.
And yeah, actually a key point, or maybe is it Ogo? Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Makes a point that's kind of related to this, how to make sustainable interventions that do not make mobility more expensive for the poor. Is an example perhaps of where the considerations of users haven't been brought to the fore in implementation. The idea in theory sounds great, wonderful. Let's have EVs, electric trikes, electric bicycles, electric vehicles in a major city, but the implementation and the considerations of it haven't been fully considered. And
Yeah.
Manuel,
Yeah,
what works in city A may not work in city B.
exactly. I feel like we might do too much of that these days. But yeah, research.
Another thought I had was, another consideration is where this can break down is because charging infrastructure doesn't exist outside of city centres or doesn't get implemented. So it needs to be phased by route, not city-wide from day one.
High maintenance costs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great point.
I think we'll another 30 seconds and we'll move to the next question.
I'm typing my question. I'm typing my answer. Please don't go. Please.
Oh, no, okay. Sorry for my eagerness, Emmanuel.
Okay, engaging with oh no, my chat's moving. Engaging with stakeholders, recognizing the roles of unions, cultural values, proper education, influences, and endorsements. Yeah.
Getting like a big person, big union leader within the state. Guys, this is Emmanuel. I have now switched to EV. Come join me. So I think having such maybe the union leader will say that yes, I'm now the ambassador for engineers with borders, tricycle. Come use us. So I think that's something that could change people's opinion.
Yeah, driver buy-in needs to come before procurement. That was actually one of the considerations that we were thinking about as well. This, getting union buy-in or union support, very important.
Yeah. We've got some more on charging infrastructure and the terrain as well in rural areas.
So yeah.
And poor road networks and limited capabilities for carrying out maintenance. Yeah, maintenance again, yeah. All great points. Thanks, everyone. I think we can
move
go
to the next question.
Next question, yeah. So yeah, the second question is what would need to happen to make it work? So you could think about for this to actually work, perhaps you'd need financing first, spread the cost over months, and that are tied into earnings, not just like this lump sum that drivers can't front, for example. So yeah, what would need to happen to make it work?
I think a couple of people have by inverse, flipping the question around from the issues. Clearly, one of the big ones is training skills.
Yeah.
The need for a maintenance and support network. Yeah. What happens when your vehicle breaks down? What happens when the charging station doesn't work? All that stuff.
Understanding who is making this push, a transport tech company or the government. Yeah, I guess it's who leads again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could break down the term of transport tech company as well. A tech company that became a transport thing or vice versa. Yeah.
Just thinking, if it's government, will a new governor use it as a political campaign to say, guys, if you vote me in, I will make sure that all tricycle in this city are turned to EV, are turned to, yes, battery swapping. I will put policy in place to get it done. I will do it. Or if it's Emmanuel coming from UK approaching the governor of Ekiti State in Nigeria saying, I'm just coming from UK. I want to turn every tricycle here to bike swapping, like, yes, I've got the experience, I've got the money, allow me do it. Again, there could be, so I think it's about recognizing who is making that push. Because if it's government, yes, it could be easier. But again, that can take from one dispensation to another. Again, who knows? So I think it's important to recognize who is pushing. Because I think from your case study, it appears it's the government that is pushing for it.
Yes.
Yeah. So not an investor saying, give me chance. I want to change all your tricycle. Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to I've got the link to an article related to this, which breaks it down in a lot more. This is very top level what I've given you.
Okay.
And there's a lot more under the surface in terms of not just how it was implemented in the wrong way, but also the how the government hamstrung itself a little bit in how it was financed as well. Wasn't There's so many levels to it. E-mobility is important, but is it really needed in most cases? I mean, it's that's a big question.
Yeah, I guess in the world we are going into, I think it's needed. But I guess the point is it utmost priority? Yes. Is it people just wants to get from A to B for now? Should we now start telling them get to A to B by using this mode of transport? I think this is also where education comes in, letting people know that we are not forcing you, but there's value in this. Change the behavior gradually. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. People need an incentive. Why do they use this? Why do they have to use this? Like, we can't just say you should use this. Great.
I think we're in a good place here, Anya.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Over to you, Tim.
Cheers, thank you. So we have a third and a final exercise for you. This one's a little bit different from what we've just been doing. So hopefully you've understood so far. In the first part of the play A, we were kind of finding problems, understanding what's unclear, how this breaks down in different contexts. As one person in the comments said, what happens in city A is very different from what happens in city B. However, we would imagine a scenario where we could invite students to try and fix a problem. So, in a sentence, if you're an educator here today, what you would ask a student is to, this week, based on this play, ask a student to spend a week doing something. So think about your own students. If you're a member of teaching staff, what would you go and ask a student to go and do this week based on this play? That's the question for the chat. What would you send your students away to do based on the play? And if you're a student yourself, think honestly, what would you want to be asked? Or have a think about your course mates. What would be beneficial to you as a student? So for example, you could, as I say, ask a student to spend a week mapping every mode of transport that their own family actually uses in a normal week. Obviously, that might not be many. It might be many. And compare it, and you could compare it against we have a transport hierarchy in this play, and you could map it against that as part of the playbook. That's an example. Identify the boundaries of sustainable mobility and transport in your own country. Any more? Another example could be you could ask a student to interview someone who relies on informal transport and turn their answers into a one-page case study, for example.
Great to hear from some of the students as well, if you have any thoughts.
We're going to start rounding up in a moment. I believe the other speaker is in the room. So actually, I'm going to move on to when I move on to the final bit. You could also ask a student to redesign one paragraph of this play. So in a language that the first year with no transport background would actually understand. I think that could be a nice one to do too. But let's oh, here we go. We got one too. I would love to carry out research to really identify the actual gap that sustainable mobility bridges and comes up with fact-based frameworks that does not only work for my country but can be adopted by other countries as well as to enable smooth adoption of clean mobility.
Amazing.
Thank you. Right, let's start to round things up. Thank you all. So a playbook is only as good as whether it connects with people who'd actually have to use it. And we've got some really good insights and from today. So hopefully, you've given you an understanding of the first bit of the play within the playbook. So today you found out where play A can get stuck. We've stress tested it against a real case, and some of you have told us how you'd actually set students loose on it. That people who've put comments in the chat today, that's much more useful than a room full of nodding heads. So we really appreciate that. Anya?
Yeah, we'd love your feedback on today. So please do spend a few minutes completing the survey. It really helps us to know how the session today landed and ensure that we're both getting our ideas across, as well as how we can make things better for future events as well. Also, if anyone is interested, we're looking for people to pilot this playbook. So if you'd like to get a copy of the playbook or would like to volunteer your time to test it, then please also complete this survey that we'll link in the chat in a second. Thanks, Tim. I can see you're on that.
Yeah. So here's the link in the chat as well for those of you who can't scan the QR code. I'm always mindful that might always not have that facility to scan. Thank you. Okay, so thank you from Max, Anya, and myself for your time today, and to Emmanuel for setting this up for us. These are my details. That's still the link for the survey. It's in the chat now. So, if you want to know more, please get in touch. If you have questions, please fill in the survey and let us know your thoughts. And we'd love some of you to try this playbook for real. That's us for today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emmanuel. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anya, and thank you to Max, right? I think he was just working behind the scene.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
He's an essential part of this. So thank you.
We've got the second presenter. Busari, are you here? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So again, remember, we've got to go for the next session at 3:30. So that means you've got about 20 minutes. I would say plan for 15 minutes, please.
All right.
Yeah, I can't. Do you have your video? I can't see your face.
Okay.
Okay, coming up. Yes, I've made you a call, so you should be able to present your slide, right?
All right, let me try that now.
Okay. Please, let's be mindful of time. Yes, so.
Let me share the entire screen. All right. Sorry. All right. Am I
Okay.
live?
Yes, I can see your slide. Yes.
Thank you.
Navigating the margins. The floor is yours. So I will
So,
advise plan for about 15 minutes, please.
all right. Thank you. So thank you for having me here. So I'm here to present. My name is Mubarak Busari, and I'm here to present navigating the margins, adaptive strategies, and informal information among small-scale last-mile delivery operators in metropolitan Lagos. So, what do we really understand by what's the challenge that we have in Lagos State, and why do we need to have adaptive strategies? So, I would like to show us something that is very peculiar with transportation services in Lagos State. And if time permits,
Do you think you can have more? What are you special? So you saying that I made 4,000 for Uber, and now I need to give you extra money. How much you want extra money? You need to do the inputs. So I need to give you 6,000 extra. So the price on Uber is 4,000. That is small price. It's only paid by card. It's not under the right. So now you want me to pay just 6,000. This is what. If I say no, I only want to pay 7,000. You make your own right. I told you that. I think you 60. There's nothing like an agreement before because I have paid my agreement already. It's 4,000. I book a ride in Uber, I pay card, goes automatically. Okay. That's the right. That's how it works. You just make your own right. That's how it works. So now you want 10,000. Who says that? Sometimes around it is 10,000. You make your own.
all right. So I believe we were able to. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I will assume you will
I
explain
believe we're
the
able
issue
to
for us.
see a background into where the problem lies, and the problem lies in which we have conventional transport services that do not really suit the environment or the environment we are actually in. So what do we have in Lagos State? So basically, a last mile delivery rider or an operator actually makes about an average of 24 to 38 deliveries every week from from the interview I've conducted, and also that the intercity travel time is lost to congestion, like about 40% of the time in which people use, around like 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. So it's about half of the time you use at work. Then also we have about 91.7% of operators usually get stopped by enforcement agencies, and also state actors, which includes Agbero, the local governments, the local government agencies, the last man, the police, and also then we have another challenge. Another problem is that we have about 40% of Lagos roads. They are not where they don't have a formal street address. In Lagos State, one thing is very popular that we have streets with, or we have addresses that are very similar to each other. For example, in Lagos State, we can have along an axis, we can have church bus stop as much as 3, 4, 5. Paco is a popular, but we have is not unique to an area. We have Amoshalashi. These are bus stops. These are streets that they are not unique to a particular area. So this creates a lot of problem for last mile operators. And so what they have done, what other researchers have done is that they've really looked into the problem. And one of the things that have not been really looked at is that there has been no interview with these last mile operators to really evaluate what adaptive strategies have they been optimized, have they been using to work around this. And from what I've been able to find is that they used cross crowdsourced enforcement alerts. So basically, when the operators, when they are going out, they inform themselves, hello, Wale, there is police around my 12, there is police around this, there is use this corridor to escape enforcement. So we have peer maintenance pools. So also is that when you have an operator that has a broken vehicle, then you have other operators, they come together to, oh, I have fuel. Let me give you, since you have a problem of fuel, I'll give you fuel. I have this tool you can use to mend your tire. So these are some of the things that other literatures have also looked at, but they didn't look at depth. So what we did now is that we looked at it from different perspectives using the cluster path diagram. We look at what are the problems, look at it, what are the external and the institutional problems. We have traffic congestion, we have enforcement, we have financial burden, and we have digital exclusion. So majorly that, even though that we have platform like Uber that provides platform for operators to earn, like we have Uber Eats, we have Boats, then we have Glovo. These are last mile operators that provide digital platforms for operators to be able to get more gigs and provide for their family. However, there is an exclusion that is happening currently in the Nigerian last mile delivery sector. And what are the things that what are the adaptive strategies that this third part is what this paper focuses on, which is the time-based routing. So basically what this research has done is that to be able to look at how do these operators, how do they solve this problem, is time-based routing. So what they do is that around 6 very early in the morning, they are already out before traffic starts compounding. So 4 a.m. to about 9 a.m., most of their deliveries, they are about half of their deliveries is already done. And also is that we have platform switching. So many of the operators now switch between Uber, Bolt, InDrive, and many other Glovo, just to make sure that they make ends meet. So these are some of the adaptive strategies that these operators are adopting. Also is WhatsApp intelligence. So they have community like in Ikeja, where we did more of the survey. We had the riders, the operators, they had a WhatsApp platform in which they communicate their experience. Oh, around this side there is traffic. I've been there since 2 a.m. I've been there since this. So they communicate through WhatsApp. And also is that we have peer pooling. So I think I explained that previously. And also is hybrid tech. So hybrid tech is also that the using Google Maps and also they are also leaning on their own personal experience or their own personal knowledge of the terrain. So they don't basically depend on the maps being provided by the app, because the belief is that the app has limited resources to pull them through to be able to deliver an effective service. So the study used a mixed method, and then we had interviewed 20, but 18 of the interviews were used, because we had when we crossed 18, the interviews stopped having different. There was no a more compounded meaning so we had 18 interviews, and we had 120 questionnaires, and these are the demography of how the survey was carried out. So we relied on purposive sampling and snowballing, because personally, as a researcher, I have no in-depth relationship with last mile operators, so I had to rely on operators. All right. So then so what are the strategies these operators are using? So the peer from which we have this peer maintenance support with GPS navigation apps, WhatsApp coordination. So they were able to, it was a multiple choice strategy. So they had some of the operators used more than one strategy at the time. So we were able to cluster all these strategies into basic 5 strategies. And we have the time-based, we have platform switching, we have WhatsApp methods, and we have peer resource pooling and hybrid technologies. So 77.5% of people use route optimization from personal experience. So what they do is that they know that once it is 2 o'clock, this road is already blocked. This road, we have enforcement agencies on this route. So they use their personal experience to choose routes, and also the platform switching and diversification based on which platform is paying more at the time, or sometimes they even get off the platform and negotiate offline. And these are one of the, like the initial video that was shown at the beginning of this presentation, in which the rider had to negotiate with the operator for a fee after he has already paid the platform. So these are, then we have WhatsApp intelligence, and so 47% or 47.5% of post enforcement alerts to rider. So they get most of the alerts from WhatsApp, and people maybe voice notes from their peers. And then we have resource-based pooling. So this is the before they started using the strategy, and after they've started using the strategy, this is the result of the improvements. So before they were using when they were platform-based, so platform-based had lesser harassment. So when it comes to when they're independent, there is more harassment when you are an independent operator. When you are platform-based, you have more GPS access, and then you make more deliveries when you are on platform, but you make more money, you understand, when you are independent, because you are able to negotiate offline. And though the agbero, the informal levy by the non-state actors are also reduced when you are using a platform, when you're on a platform based. So what does it mean is that we have a survivalist innovation, and why the use of platform for transportation and deliveries is actually a global solution. In Nigeria, the solution does not apply in whole, and there has been adaptive strategies. So another thing is policy. The one policy cannot fit the different local governments. The different local governments they have different policy regarding the use of last mile bikes, and also vehicles for last mile delivery. So they have different permits. They have different guidelines, and also a governance gap in platform protection. So when sometimes when the operators, when they are on their platform, they can get calls from supervisors, or they have been able to bail themselves out of situation, unlike when they are individual operators. So what does this study, what does it recommend? So a unified carrier ID and permit system in which different operators from any part of the state can enjoy a unified carrier ID. I don't have to take a delivery to Ikorodu and get arrested because they operate a different permit system there. So also is that design tools that augments does not replace, which is that we have platform and policy intervention should work with WhatsApp, and they should be able to, when you have these platforms that integrate directly to when we have communication platform that integrates directly into riders platform, it helps for last mile operators to be able to communicate better, and then especially differentiated interventions. So because we have different areas have specific challenges. So off-peak corridors access, then enforcement reforms, which and technology support should be calibrated to local government level conditions. So this, because the local governments have different peculiarities. So the recommendation is that the problem should be tweaked. The solution should be tweaked to local government level. And that may I conclude by saying that small-scale delivery operators in Lagos have built a functional logistics infrastructure, though through collective experimentation without funding or acknowledgement. But the WhatsApp is an institution. WhatsApp is an institution in Lagos that has helped for pool maintenance, and the hybrid technology regime is an engineering solution to a real infrastructure problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the session. Yes, you might want to, yes. I just have maybe some kind of feedback because I'm very mindful of the time to make sure we have our keynote speaker getting set. But I think in terms of feedback, I would like you to engage more with the work of the first keynote speaker, who did something about Uber in Ghana, but was able to make it relevant outside Ghana, if you understand what I mean. While we are very interested in what is happening in Lagos, in Nigeria, let's start thinking global about, yes, what this could mean for somebody else, what this could mean for a global audience. Because I like your idea about that Moshalashi, church bus stop, and those generic stops. That's very unique to us, and how that shapes the service delivery. So I think you've got a very interesting story, but I don't just want you to limit it to Lagos. I hope you understand my context. And that is why we have this idea of a global conference. We have speakers around the world who are able to share what they've done and make it relevant. So I would like you to explore, to engage more with the work of the first keynote speaker. He did something on Uber in Ghana, but was able to make it relevant. So last, my question is for you. It's in terms of adaptive strategy, what is your take on that? How relevant is the adaptive strategies for this short haul? For example, that WhatsApp idea, is this something that the company recognizes and they are encouraging their staff to use, or you think this is just the staff coming up with an idea for themselves?
All right. From the interview, it revealed that the WhatsApp strategy was an invention or an innovation from the staffs. It was not, yes, it was not something that was encouraged, but because they had a shared problem, they had to come together to solve it in in a way that is unique to them.
That's fine. Thank you. So lastly, what would you therefore suggest? Would you think the company should recognize that, or they should let it be? What's your own thought about it?
So firstly is that if the companies, the platform operators can adopt this adaptive strategies, it will be very brilliant. However, we should also have indigenous operators, indigenous platform providers that would consider this unique problem, and develop a platform that gives a flexible operating systems for last mile delivery operators.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much for that insight. I really appreciate your effort, your story, very relevant. But I just hope you understand my feedback and how to take this work forward. Because that's the benefit of having conferences like that. You share your work, you get some feedback, you see what other people have done, and this is something that you can take further. So thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I think you're welcome. You're welcome. I would like to invite our keynote speaker. I'm trying to find her. I know she is here. Just trying to see. Dr. Gail, where are you?
I am here.
So many. Okay, I think I've seen. Yes, spotlight for everyone. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
must just do the obligatory trying to share my screen problems, so you can introduce me in the meantime.
Yes, let me introduce with all pleasure. Allow me to introduce to you our third keynote speaker today. Yes, we've been following ourselves on LinkedIn, trying to understand our work, and it's a pleasure to have her here. Surprisingly, she didn't really emphasize her doctorate on her biography, but I will let you know she's got a PhD in civil engineering from the University of Cape Town Center for Transport Studies. She's an independent consultant and researcher working across sub-Saharan Africa with over 25 years experience spanning women and mobility, walking and cycling, and sustainable and inclusive transport policy. Dr. Gill has taken the long route to her work in transport justice. In her undergraduate years, studying the classical Greek theories of meaningful life and rulers' duty to support life, and later working in public health sector within a human rights approach to service provision. Since the mid-20s, she has focused on transportation in sub-Saharan Africa as a means by which people are able or not to live a meaningful life. In this keynote, which she prefers to see as a discussion, and she talks about how South African policy discourse has grappled with understanding justice, redress, and right, and how this concept provides a structured and practical ways of transport planning, rather than only a theoretical one. Once again, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Gail Jennings. The floor is yours.
So now I have to try and work out if you can see.
Yes, you can do it.
Are you seeing my presentation or my notes?
No, I can't see, but I can see your face.
Oh.
I see you, yeah.
Okay, let's try again. I tell you, there's always got to be some problem with trying to.
Okay, I think something is about to happen. Very good. We can see that. But you can make it presentation mode so that we don't see what is coming up. Don't show us the back end story. Let's just see.
No, if I do that, sorry, and I have a cold, so I must apologize. And also, everything you've just said, Emmanuel, that's my speech, because as I was listening to all the other presentations this morning, I kept thinking, okay, let me rewrite this bit of my speech. Oh, okay, because everybody knows this. Okay, let me rewrite this. Everybody knows this too. Oh, well, everybody knows this. So, yeah. So much of what I was going to say, it's fantastic to see these are. Yeah, I'm preaching to the choir, as we say. So, I mean, it's always a good thing to know that these are not new concepts, but these are concepts that everybody's grappling with, and I think that's what. Sorry, and apologies, I've got this cold. So, when I first started working in the transport sector, it was so engineering focused. It was very unusual to meet somebody who wasn't an engineer. And so it's that has been, I think, one of the greatest transformations in the transport world since I've been working in the sector. But you know, as Dr. Mogaji said in the beginning, is my let me try and do this. You know, there's always something that's not working. Okay, sorry. Let me get there. Sorry, this is just very annoying. Okay, can you see? Okay, great. So I started out quite differently to how most people in the transport world, and probably sort of 40 years ago, I was sitting in my lectures in a small university in Grahamstown in South Africa, and I was studying Greek philosophy and Greek literature, which of course is now very much sort of in vogue, what with the movie The Odyssey. But we were looking at what, because this was something that the classic Greek philosophers really looked at. This was the main kind of purpose of early Greek philosophy, was trying to understand what constitutes a life worth living, or what constitutes eudaimonia, or human flourishing. But more importantly, what is the duty of the state to enable this kind of life? So Aristotle, for example, was of the view that a ruler in that sense, or the state, has a duty not just to rule, but to create the conditions under which citizens can live well. And so what does government owe to people in order to facilitate a flourishing life? So these are the kind of issues that people have been talking about or thinking about since, you know, since this was like 300 BC. So we're still busy grappling with these same issues. And now I need to grapple with more modern issues of why are my slides not moving when I try and move them. Anyway, okay. So what I wanted to have a look at is that, you know, now, so we're still grappling with these same issues, and we now have so many more words that we've added to our policies. Everybody talks about all of these issues, things like justice, redress, rights, transformation, equity, disadvantage, responsive planning, marginalization. These are things that when I first started working in this world, these were not concepts that were that common. You know, transport was there to move people. It wasn't there to deliver, you know, a better quality of life necessarily. But I'll get back to that. So now we have our language has caught up with these kind of ancient philosophies, but our policies and our planning haven't really. So we've all, I mean, during the course of the day, everyone has used many of these words. And I think what we grapple with as a planning community is, but what exactly do these things mean, and what does it matter what these things mean? You know, does it matter that we might use the term equity to mean something in one journal paper and to mean something else in a policy, and then in a presentation we talk about transport poverty and it might mean something entirely different to someone else who talks about mobility poverty, and we have all these terms to try and understand what it is that we don't have, and what is it that ideologically we are trying to provide. And to me, I think this really does matter, because what we are struggling with is that we are not providing what we all believe should be provided. And so, I mean, obviously there's many ways of looking at it. I'm just choosing this way of looking at this today. So if we look at what is justice, because we talk about transport justice, justice is a fair distribution of benefits and burdens. So, I mean, that is in effect what it means. You can have justice at many points in a planning process, but that is strictly what it means. It means, are the benefits and the burdens of this intervention being distributed fairly? Not are they meeting the needs of everyone, but are the problems and the benefits being distributed fairly? Redress, which is something that we have quite specifically in South African policy, which is probably not something that necessarily appears in other policies in other countries, is is kind of how I describe it as backward looking repair for a specific harm. So in South Africa, our transport system was absolutely specifically designed to exclude people and to ensure that people did not have access. So it is a fantastic example of what transport can do. So if your government decides to exclude most people from opportunities, from amenity, from being able to live a good life, you can do it with transport. Because the South African government before 1994 was spectacularly good at that. So, and our cities are still designed because, you know, of that kind of legacy, so that it's very difficult to undo that kind of incredibly, I don't say good, but that incredibly successful use of transport to meet a particular government desire, which was exclusion. But somehow we are struggling globally to use transport to do the opposite. We talk about all these things, but you know, if we look at redress, if we look at how we in most African countries, transport was designed, whether it was around colonial needs or apartheid needs, to exclude. So redress is very specifically how to fix that. And then we have rights, which I don't know the constitutions of the countries of everybody who's here. But in South Africa, we have measurable and enforceable rights, many of which it doesn't mention. We don't have a right to transport, but we have a right to education, to healthcare, to housing, which all assume that you're going to be able to get to these amenities. So these are in fact enforceable rights. This is not just words about justice or words about equity. This is that if you in fact cannot get to something that that is committed to you in the Constitution, it's an enforceable right. So those are quite specific concepts. And then I've just added, you know, we use many of these other words as we go along, but sometimes we have so many of them, and I sometimes meet almost all of these words in one policy, and I think, well, yeah, I don't know what can we do about all these things. Can we in fact achieve any of them? So I just wanted to I've got sort of various purposes of this talk, and as I said, I kept changing all my purposes as I went along. So this is something that I think we as a community of practice, this is, if I can say that, if we leave my session with one thought, there's more thoughts coming. The one is that we as a community of practice really need to know what we mean or that all of us are using the same ideas, because this is one way that we all know what we're talking about, and we can hold policies or governments accountable for these particular concepts. So, so essentially, in South Africa, we have these three concepts that run through all our policy, which is justice, because again, it's very important, because we come from a history of deep injustice, and then redress and rights. So those are the theories that are behind most of our transport policies. But it's, you know, if you look at, you know, I don't know how many of you have traveled in South Africa, but we do not have equitable or just or fabulous transport, for want of a better. Fabulous, that's another word we should add. What do we mean by fabulous? But yeah, so when it comes to, so we have all these theories, but how is this being translated? Because it's changed. So in the beginning, I mean in the beginning of the period of time I'm talking about, so since 1994, since we've had policies that have these dreams and desires, there was so much optimism and so much belief that redress was possible, and the real commitment to using transport to work so that people were no longer marginalized. And there were great plans about walking and cycling and bus rapid transit, particularly because, of course, when South Africa reappeared on the global kind of arena, there was also we now arrived at a time when climate change was another big global imperative. So the country now had to catch up with trying to do this redress and justice and rights, and find that there were a whole lot of other imperatives that also had to be met, which was, we couldn't just suddenly meet all these needs with private cars, which is what, obviously, which would be the aspiration. So it was, well, how is this going to work, given that in the interim, when government was not providing transport, what had happened in South Africa, which has happened in the rest of Africa, is that an enormous private sector business had arisen, which is the paratransit or minibus taxi sector, which could not be kind of wished away because government now wanted to provide. So how did this all kind of happen? Well, South Africa started by trying to look at what people had been denied access to and try to mitigate that through public transport. But it very soon became apparent that this was a very, very difficult thing to sort of unpick, to solve, because once you've built cities in a particular way, it's not easy to just undo them, and things just haven't worked out the way South Africa hoped that they would, if I can put it like that. It's not easy, and South Africa has made pretty much all the same mistakes that are made globally when it comes to trying to design transport systems for people. We still don't collect the right kind of data. We still have policies, but don't look at where are the real gaps. Our policies say X, but our practice says Y. We still don't count all the kinds of trips that one should count. We still measure the kind of things that we shouldn't necessarily be measuring, or we measure the wrong thing. And we tended to just take wholesale the previous kinds of planning and hope that that was going to fix things. So this is not a presentation to complain or to criticize South Africa. I mean, everyone has these same kind of problems, but I wanted to look at some of the particular challenges that South Africa ran up against when it came to trying to implement these kind of ideological values and practically, because money is the big one, but also the concept of rights and justice means that you can't, in our constitution, it's all about what is feasible or what is possible or what needs to be traded off against what rights, and you discover that, well, you can't just do this, because when you have a constitution, there's a whole lot of other people's rights that you might be trampling on in order to try and do X. And the big, the main, let me try and move around in my, for example, this is something that no doubt most people in this room have come upon, and that is when governments try and they look at the problem, they understand that government should be providing good public transport that is subsidized, that runs on non-profitable routes, that runs at night, that has got good safety, that has got all these kind of things that we want from good public transport. So government tries to provide this, but comes up against the fact that we have a pre-existing business, the minibus taxi sector, that has the right to be there. Government cannot just do away with an entire business and implement something else. So that is in South Africa has been, I think, one of the biggest challenges to try and solve the problem with of this kind of extreme spatial injustice, but encounter that, but then you are trampling on other people's rights. And so that is one. I don't want to go into each of these examples, because I really would like this to be a discussion. I find it very interesting to try and understand how we can do these things better. And I don't have the answer. Oh, and I see I have a spelling mistake. Oh dear. Okay, let me fix that while I'm here. So what we also find is, so that's one example about rights. But the other is that, I was talking about how we arrived, when I say we, I'm talking about South Africa, how we arrived in a world where there was new global climate imperatives, and walking and cycling became something that the global north believes is a very important climate intervention, shall we say. So that it's very important that people walk and cycle, and because this is one way of mitigating climate. But this kind of I don't want to use the word ideology, arrived in South Africa, where most people had been walking because they could not afford any other form of transport. When people are excluded from an economy and cannot access private vehicles, people walk because they cannot afford anything else. It is something that is a very, very obvious marker of poverty. And to now try and grapple with the fact that we need to be providing better facilities and encouraging people to walk and encouraging people to cycle, when this is something that is almost as if an entire country was kind of waiting for the opportunity to stop having to do that, is a very, very difficult contradiction as well. It's something like, I always think it's like telling, a teenager that you must not behave in a certain way because we've learned better as adults that you must not do this. It's like in suddenly trying to convince a particular context that we have to change, but you haven't yet experienced the kind of mobility that everybody in the global north has. This is now something that you cannot have access to because we now have a different problem, which is climate change. So these are problems that South Africa really struggles with, and what you'll find is around things like building pedestrian facilities. And I was looking at the presentations earlier about all countries struggle with providing good pedestrian facilities because most people walk. If you had to ask most of those people, what would you like to do? Would you like a good sidewalk so that you can walk with more comfort, or would you like to have a car? It's, people, so people don't necessarily want to have to walk. So we build better pedestrian infrastructure or not, but we know we should be. But if we took stakeholder engagement to the kind of again, I'm trying to think what the word is, like to its logical conclusion, and we asked people what they want, that is not what people would want. People wouldn't want necessarily better pedestrian infrastructure, but would want better motorized transport, which we are now trying to plan not to have. It's the same with cycling. When the state builds cycle lanes in some areas, there's an outcry because this is not what people want. People don't want cycling lanes. People want better access to public transport or better public transport. So there's all these kind of challenges that make these words really difficult to put into practice. But we also don't really know what we mean when we talk about redress or justice. And it seems that in some ways we've got caught up in a different imperative, which is now providing sustainable transport or climate resilient transport, when we haven't yet kind of got to providing the just or the equitable transport that we're trying to provide. So we're caught in all these different kinds of ideologies or words or concepts that are very difficult. So what I wanted to, and I'm moving around in my slides everywhere because I want to finish so that we've got time to talk or to think. When a lot of the time, and also in some of the talks or presentations early in the day, we are all very aware of the fact that what we don't want are more checklists or tick boxes for our transport. But I think that we do need them, and we need more of them, but we need different ones. I think that we need to go back to what we really are wanting to achieve with our transport interventions, and not be sort of trying to plug every gap that we suddenly notice as we're going along, or that the rest of the world says, oh, we need to do this, or oh, we must do this, or oh, have you thought about this intervention, or this one might fix your problem. But really go back to the beginning and start looking at our transport interventions as if this was some kind of, if you think of global aid programs, where it's very important that you start with your problem statement and your theory of change and your very, very careful understanding of what your inputs are going to be, what your outputs are going to be, what your outcomes and your impacts are going to be. And you have a very, very clear way of evaluating what you have achieved and what you're supposed to be achieving. And have your indicators of how will you know that you have achieved this. And so we start having real accountable audits of our transport interventions, as if this is a program that somebody else is going to evaluate. And that way we might have a better chance of achieving so many of these kind of grand ideological dreams for our transport systems, rather than having a checklist to see whether our infrastructure is well designed. For example, go back right to the beginning and look at why we're doing any of this in the first place. And what is it that we want to be our ultimate impact, and how are we actually going to measure that? At the moment, we tend to measure things like how many, well, again, I'll give a very good example. In South Africa, we try and measure that everyone is within 800 meters of a public transport or access to public transport. What we don't measure is what that public transport is giving somebody access to. So we might have a lovely bus. We might have like the hook on the back of the loo. But that lovely bus with its air conditioning is going to get you to a hospital that has nothing in it, or that closes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is only open on 3 days a week. So we're not, so we really need to look at the big picture in the end, and look at where I started in the beginning, is that what actually do people need in order to live a life that feels meaningful and that people are able to live in line with their values, and what do we need to deliver in order to enable people to have that? The state is obliged to provide for that, if we believe the Greek philosophers, which I do. I think they were onto something. So I think we need more checklists, but we need to go back and really try and understand what are we planning for, instead of getting well, in addition to getting stuck on the small things and measuring this width of a sidewalk, or which I mean, I do think that's important. I'm not dismissing any of that, but I constantly think, when I think about South Africa and I look back to how optimistic we felt, say in 1994, think the way in which the transport system was designed to make sure that hardly anybody had access to the life that they valued. And the dream was that it could be used to change this, and it hasn't got there. And that's something where I think if we go back to that kind of sense of optimism and that sense of possibility, that would make my heart very happy. And I'm going to end on that. I think I've run out of time. And as I said, I had a whole lot of other things to talk about, but I thought, seeing as people know about so much of this already, let me have this discussion instead. So I hope that wasn't too much like I was talking to myself and thinking aloud.
No.
But please let us have a discussion, because I think that would be very useful. I would value knowing whether this resonates, that whether we need to sort of get back to more visionary ideological. So in my brain is not thinking properly because of I'm taking drugs for my cold. And yeah, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear you speak with passion. I could feel that, and I think there are so many things to talk about. I've got my questions to discuss, but let me just ask if there's anybody who has got a question, or maybe I should. Okay, yes, Dr. Bat has got a question. He has raised up his hand. So the floor is yours, Dr. Bat.
Hey, good day, Dr. Gail Jennings. I mean, it was an amazing presentation. Yeah, I'm Sudhanshu. I'm from India, and I really love the whole idea of how, because in research we normally discuss about transport as an enabler of inclusion, but transport can become a mechanism or probably a weapon of exclusion, determining not only who can move, but who can access opportunity, participate in society, and ultimately exercise as citizenship. That was a fantastic idea that you shared. I'm just trying to understand, where did this idea come from? I mean, this is a very different perspective that you're bringing in. Transport used as a weapon of exclusion. Amazing. Where did this germinate from?
Well, I mean, I live in a country where that's how transport was used. So, so yeah, I mean, I live in South Africa. Sorry. So that's I can't say where the originators of the idea came up with this, but I certainly, witnessed how transport was used to exclude. So, yeah.
Even India was a colony to British. I mean, we also had discrimination back then. But I mean, right now, do you still find those traces of discrimination in South Africa? Are you trying to say that?
No, I mean, I think that's a
transportation?
discussion. Sorry, yeah.
So I was just saying that, I mean, do you really see those figments of, I mean, discrimination happening in everyday life in South Africa?
I think that, so for me, I mean, the point is that the way in which South African cities were designed and the way that transport systems were designed is that it makes spatial integration very difficult. And so what has happened is that because of a very specific kind of planning, which we still refer to as apartheid spatial planning, because, the way cities were designed, I know it was similar in really all countries that were British colonies, is that your distances are, cities were designed so that labor would live on the outskirts of the city and would come in quite long distances to serve other people and then go back at the end of the day. So that designed cities to have long commutes. And it also, and that is very difficult to fix, because it means that the amenities are still mostly in the central cities or in the suburbs. So it's very difficult to solve that. But transport was, let me not use the word transport. So mobility is probably a better word in that sense, is that mobility was very, very tightly constrained. In South Africa, I think in a different way to it was in other countries, because essentially you had to have a pass to move around in South Africa. So mobility was used as a way to exclude people, or sort of preventing mobility. So what I mean by that is that when you see how successful so transport and mobility or lack of it is a very, very, it's very possible to use that as a weapon for exclusion. So we need to harness that as a weapon for inclusion, or weapon is the wrong word, but for inclusion. And I think that we need to learn from how it was used to exclude, but as I was saying, is that it's very difficult to do that, because once things are built, they're built, and you need large budgets, and you need it's not that easy to do. I think all countries, and I'm sure Nigeria, Kenya has this very similar issues with mobility and distances.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's just see. Dr. Bat was asking where this come from. And I think it's important to recognize your personal conviction and your personal interest in this, which I think is very important. You've made something around transport to exclude people. How do you think, I don't know if you've tried to answer it in the question, but going forward now, 2026, how is that now? And what do you think could be done going forward? I'm just mindful of the boundaries in which we're having this conversation, but 2026, what do you think could be the way forward? We've got so many people on this call now. Yes, and everybody is going home to reflect on it. What could be that message we could take back home in terms of transport to exclude? But how can we now use transport to include people?
I'm hoping you can all tell me.
That is why we've highlighted you on the platform, saying yes. For me, I think you said it's a discussion, but maybe I start with it. Let's see what other people would think about it as well.
I mean, I do have ideas. So, I mean, if nobody wants to, I can continue thinking aloud in my conversation with myself. But I think, I think that that many countries have actually achieved that. I think that the discussion is something, for example, years ago, I was looking at trying to understand what constitutes transport exclusion. And a lot of the literature that I was reading was literature from the UK. And I found it fascinating how so much of the research was designed to try and understand who was being excluded. So all kinds of metrics and measures to understand who is being excluded from transport and access. And what I found so interesting about that is that if you look in South Africa, it's like, well, most people, you don't have to try and work out who's being excluded. It's, the most people. And I kind of, I don't want to say laugh, but it's almost like I'm trying to think, I don't want to, so we look at, and I think people who live in Europe, for example, who live with European transport systems don't realize the extent don't realize how incredibly good those services are, because to a large extent those services do include people. It's so I'm not saying that the transport services in Europe are perfect, but they really are just so fundamentally different. And so I think that we must acknowledge that that's actually worth learning from. But because what happens is there you have transport services that are reliable, you have services that are reachable and reliable. But I think, so this is why I say why it's difficult to answer the question, because I remember sitting in a train in the Netherlands, well, again, a while back, sitting in these trains, think these trains are fantastic. They are reliable, they're clean, they go everywhere, the services are great. I wish that we had public transport services like that in South Africa. And then I sat there and I thought, but you know why we don't? Because, and you know why the Netherlands does have, or I'm singling out the Netherlands just because that's where this penny dropped for me, is that the reason that the Netherlands has the wealth to design cities like this and transport services like this is because they were a colonizing nation and therefore had, does that make sense? So it's like so the reason that services and public transport works in the rest of the world is because, I mean, it's the two sides of the coin. So it's very difficult, so that's why I said I really am, I don't know the solution because it costs money to build transport services that include, and most African countries don't necessarily have those kind of budgets, and very often those budgets are being you're kind of being pulled to and fro. You don't, to get funding from this particular kind of development financer, you've got to do this. And then if you want to invest here, you need to do that. And so it's that's what I was saying about how we kind of, it's like trying to stem every new hole that leaks in a boat. It's like, oh no, we need to do this, we need to do this. We haven't been able to start at the beginning because we're not starting at the beginning. Does that make sense? Or am I again just kind of rambling away to myself? Because I don't know. I mean, it frustrates me. It frustrates me because we try things like in South Africa, we tried the BRT. And those corruption was a massive problem. I mean, if you look at there's about 17 stations in Joburg that are just not functioning. They're just derelict. So, sometimes things, we do get money, we build things and everything falls apart. And I know that's not only happening in South Africa. I don't want to, I'm not criticizing my own country. But yeah, sorry. So please,
that's fine.
I'll solve my problem.
Thank you. Again, you don't need to answer this, but this is just me sharing my reflection. Would you say this is like maybe a term I will use is politically correctness or incorrectness, whereby people are mindful that, yes, will I offend people when I really try to break this table and really start this conversation? Because
exactly,
I think this is something that we need to talk about, but I guess many people will just feel that, Emmanuel, don't just start that. You can't just start it. So I think going forward, so you said your point and it's nice to engage with you. But my last point now is, what are we therefore measuring? I think you said something about that. Are we measuring the right thing about transport? Are we just trying to tick some boxes? We've done this, but should we be looking at access to opportunities, access to healthcare, access to infrastructure? So that's just my own closing thoughts. I have to say thank you so much for sharing this. I feel your passion. I know where you're coming from. And I think this is something we need to talk about. But I just believe some people might be very mindful, thinking this is quite political and they don't want to talk about it. But I believe it's something we should recognize. And just in closing, yes, one more question for you or comment. Adetoye She Oguntimehin. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor Jennings. I think I was lucky to meet you in 2024 at the ATRC conference. It's a very lovely discussion. Yeah.
There's another one next year.
Yeah, of course. Yes, we are preparing for that. So this is a very lovely discussion. So I'm just looking at it that maybe we are better off approaching this development from our own realities, because we have a lot of factors, cultural, and the fact that also we don't have the money to progress at that large scale. So maybe we have to devise our own means of modular development. It's going to be modular in terms of, for instance, there's this discussion on green transport systems, sustainable transport. But in reality, can we approach the sustainable transport in the real sense with our current realities? No. So we have to look at our own systems and see how we can go modular, like in terms of breaking these things down. How can we progress, in structural format? That's just my opinion on this.
Yes. Any comment on that before we finish? I think there's also a question in the chat. Let's see if that's something of relevance now. Where is it? Am I missing it? Chat. Yes. How can company use AI and data analytics to make transport more efficient, especially in customer friendly? Would you want to comment on that? This is AI and data. I think it's going a very different direction. But yes, what do
I
you
would
think?
have my opinion, but I'm sure there's somebody else in the room who actually knows about such things. I would.
Okay. Yes, that's fine. Maybe that could be something we would discuss in the next session. I've got a panel discussion with a practitioner, so hopefully these questions can come up. But again, thank you so much, Dr. Gail, for sharing your insight with us. I really appreciate this, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Oh,
Yes,
it was
it's
lovely.
nice.
I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in reality. But yeah.
Yes, don't worry. Yes, again, it's about transportation and access to opportunities. But
access to visas.
Oh,
In
yes, that's also another
But
conversation
they
when
don't
it
have
comes to
them up.
conferences, for academics, access to visa. But at least we are able to bypass that and here have you virtually. So thank you so much, and we wish you all the very
And
best.
I will see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll see you sometime soon. Yes, hopefully in South Africa, who knows? Yes, if they give me visa. Yes. Okay, thank you. So now let me invite Mr. Folari for the last session. Yes, which is going to be an interactive session. Is he? Yes, he's here with us. Let me spotlight him for everyone to see. Yes. Hello, Mr. Folari. Thank you so much for joining us. I can't hear you.
Thank you for inviting. I hope it works well.
Oh yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for your support for Tratsedi. It's nice to see how well you've engaged with us. And we were talking about transformative transport service. And I recognize your role as the founder or co-founder of a transport, I call it transport tech company. But maybe I will allow you to introduce T40 for us so that can be the context for our conversation. So the floor is yours, please.
Absolutely. And thanks for organizing this. Really, really fantastic effort. I know it's not trivial. I'm always very happy to support the initiatives because I think they're really important conversations and ideas. My name is Folari. Yes, I'm responsible for product at T40. So we started 7 years ago, and we are transport technology / travel technology company, and we're building solutions to help primarily the service providers in Nigeria as the primary market, but of course we have a bigger vision to cover at least West Africa. We'll help the service providers to be able to distribute their services as a primary function, but also we have a dual purpose of also helping end users get the best value for money that they can get when it comes to long distance travel. So we have also a bit of a narrower focus. We stay out of the intra-city mobility or transport segment, and we tend to focus more on long distance travel. And this is what we've been doing the last couple of years. We are now also extending into being multimodal in nature. So we started with road transport or ground transport, now extending into aviation, all right, bringing in rail very soon, which for us, the goal is to have a sort of complete ecosystem where transportation services or mobility services are accessible for the long distance commute.
That's fine. Thank you so much for sharing those background insight. So again, we talk about transport technology and its transformative prospect. But do you think digitalizing transport is the answer? So are we just talking about technology, or what are the practicalities that you've, I don't know, practical things that you have done on the ground to really integrate technology into transport services? So now we are not talking theory. We are talking real life, Monday to Friday, physical thing that you have done to integrate technology into transport services provision.
I mean, I guess if you're asking, is transport tech in itself just, just barely, in that sense, right, in the very best sense, transformative? I don't think so. I think more often than not, we tend to see it as sort of translation. I think that's a better way to look at it. You take what exists in the physical world as is today, and you replicate it in a digital sense. Unfortunately, this is where we are for the most of us, and I quite understand this, right? Because it's a reality we have to battle with. In very practical sense, I think it's a reasonable starting point. We have to start somewhere, but I don't think it is where it should be, especially in this context of what we're discussing here. I've been transformative, been inclusive. There's still a long way to go. So you can digitize a service, right? A typical online travel agency like ours, right, in the B2C sense, you make the service available, but there's still a huge gap between being intentional towards well-being of commuters, towards including segments of our market, of our population that are typically cut out, right? Those people who are excluded right now with the existing systems without technology, they could still continue to be kept out with technology. And so I think there's that real danger. And it's important for platforms, or those of us building platforms, to be intentional about it, right? To really make sure we're putting elements in there. So it's not just buy a ticket, pay online, right, and travel. You need to start thinking from the design phase. And I think that's a bit of a challenge, and I understand that. But to really have it as part of the core mission statement, to really say, I need to think about every important part of it, right? The payments element, for instance, or the interfaces, right? Who can actually access my tools, over what devices, and so on. So yeah, I think it requires a lot of intentionality. Yeah, but
that's fine. You mentioned that keyword intentionality, and I didn't plan for this, but we just bring it in based on a presentation at one of the first session. Her name is Miss Tura. Yes, she did a presentation on people with invisible disabilities. And she was talking about being excluded in this conversation around technology for inclusion. So how would you reassure, again, maybe not reassure, but what would you say to people with disabilities, both physical, both invincible? What would you say to them in terms of what you are doing to make sure that, yes, the platform, the technology you are providing is inclusive? I know there are challenges, there are limitations, but any reassuring word to, like, guys, we are thinking about it, we are working on it, this is what we are doing. Both visible and invincible disabilities.
I have to admit it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one, but we have to preface it, right? Because it does take a bit of significant effort to be that intentional, and that also takes resources. And in many of the markets we're working in, right, you're working on very razor-thin margins, so it's a real challenge, a real economic challenge as well. But some examples I could say, right, from a very practical standpoint, is designing systems and being intentional to think about user flows or use cases that addresses some of these, like you say, visible or invisible as well. I think the visible ones are just even extra difficult because it's a very wide spectrum. But the very obvious ones are things like trying to make all of the key pages or key interfaces transcribable, or that they can be audible, right? Meaning for those with visual impairment, they can kind of listen to them. That's one element. Adding descriptive text to most of the icons so that they can have descriptions behind them. Those are some elements we've used. Using simple language is one we find it very easy to implement. Being intentional to use very simple language, very simple workflows, because we work in markets where people just are not used to, or it's just not optimal to design more complex interfaces or more nuanced workflows. You really need to give it ABC, right? Really simple. Because you address multiple things by doing that. Using that just as a practical example, if you design a very simple solution, while it may seem trivial, it's actually harder many times to design a simpler workflow than to make it more robust and address all of the multiple nuances. But by achieving a simple workflow, we also find that you include more people, because we find that many people access our applications on very low technology devices. And that means they load faster, right? And that means they consume less data. So even achieving that, I'm saying, is just 2 screens that they take, right? The book a ticket means just find it and pay, same screen, or 2 screens, as opposed to having screen and page and this detail and that detail. So that's one practical example of, right, in the design phase, thinking about who's going to use it, on what devices, what are some of the constraints, poor network, not enough processing power on devices. how do we make it possible that this device can really work? Or in some cases, we've started using channels like WhatsApp or using SMS to allow some other people with maybe not even smartphones be able to access some parts of the platform. So I think those are some practical considerations. There are, of course, more nuanced ones that are more complex to achieve. But of course, we start somewhere. And I think that's the approach we take, right? With this step by step, whatever is reachable, but we really still have it as a really core part of our vision, right? That we really are intentional to be one of those that differentiate that.
Thank you for sharing that. And from this conversation, I see there are possible tensions between the desire to do good, desire to really integrate this technology, but also the financial constraint in getting them done. So you have tension between sustainability, inclusion, and commercial viability. So if the most inclusive, sustainable solution is not the most profitable one, what responsibility does a transport company therefore have? Again, where should we tilt to? Should we tilt towards, oh, we want to take care of everybody, or should we tilt towards, guys, we must be financially sustainable? So from your experience, as practical as possible, as practical as you can share, how do you balance this tension between the desire to do good and the financial constraint of running a tech company?
We don't. I think that's a starting point. You just it's an impossible task right now. I wouldn't say we do. I would say we try. I think that's a better way to phrase this. It's a real challenge, it's a real tension. You have responsibility as a company to employees, right? Primarily to people whose jobs are directly connected to the platform's existence. To think about, I think that's a real responsibility as well. And there's also responsibility on the sort of more macro goals or vision, right? And the wider ecosystem. I do think it's different approaches that can be taken. In our case, we look at it first from a pragmatic standpoint. If we go out of business, it does no one any good, right? I mean, it's a gap that is in the market. It's a market with already very few players, not enough players. So we don't think that makes any real sense to let that happen. So we try our best to put the economic priorities front and center, because we need to continue to stay in the market, stay competitive. But at the same time, we look at it this way: if we don't achieve some of the goals that we have, the alternate approach we have, which is what we do with your organization, right, is this: at least let's be part of the conversation. Let's stay relevant. Let's support what we are, because we believe the other thing we are also doing inside is talk about it, try to show what it could be. Maybe we don't realize the entire thing at once, but by giving it a chance, by promoting it, we think we still have a chance of maybe at some point attracting government support, at some point getting policy to move in this direction, which we are actively doing, right? Trying to lobby in a positive sense to get some of those either sort of like regulatory support, policy changes, right, that favor, some of these initiatives that we have in mind, or getting even private capital, right? I think that's still a possibility. There are probably some private capital that is dedicated for initiatives like this. We need to promote it. We need to make a case for it. So we think at least if we stay in the game, if we continue to have a business, we have a chance to make some of these initiatives move forward. And I think it's a very pragmatic or very practical way to address it. And it's to the large extent what we're doing. But we also argue for a different side of it. We argue to the suppliers that we work with, to the transport companies, that there is economic value in doing this. It's a bit counterintuitive for some of them, but they don't get it. Because if you are the brand seen as being the one intentional about being inclusive, if you serve someone's relative that needed a wheelchair assistance, that family probably is going to be indebted to you for a long time. That's strong, positive value to your brand, to your reputation, which usually translates down the line to economic benefits as well. More customers, more demand. So it's a kind of roundabout way, but I do think there is a strong economic case to make by sort of advocating that, look, companies should take this more seriously. We as a brand, we're trying to do that for ourselves, and we're also encouraging these service providers to work with, to provide technology to think of it like that. So it's sort of investment that usually still pays off. I don't see a major downside. But of course, it's not always easy to convince decision makers, but it's something that I do think has a place there, and there's opportunity in there.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's important. You said something that, yes, even the business needs to be sustainable financially to support the customer. So it's like we can't just be doing good at the expense of the sustainability of the organization. And this will lead me to the next question. We sort of connect with what we heard from the first speaker. And I think it's Busari that was in one of these breakout room. What are those changes that you might have adopted with regards to your organization and your service provision? So for example, Uber coming into Ghana. So this guy was talking about Uber coming to Ghana. They need to recognize that, oh, if you are coming to this market, we need to change our style. You might be coming in from UK, coming to Ghana, but the way they do things cultural is different. So from your own organization, what are those changes that you have brought in recognition of the cultural or regulatory ways in which they do things in Nigeria? What are those changes that you have tweaked? What are those things you have, maybe use of mobile app, cash, or even attitude towards driver? What are those changes you have made to ensure you fit well within the markets?
It's a good one. I think it's very relevant. Again, to give you a bit of context, right? So I was inspired from the sort of the European transport systems, let's put it that way. So some of those changes we also needed to make. Practical examples. When we started out, we applied a bit of typical, developed market approach to transport. Usually people tend to plan when they travel a bit ahead in this market. In our context, in Lagos, more people tend to show up just at the park, and that's when they want to pay for the service. In fact, it's still a big challenge to get anyone to pay in advance. We do have a few of them, and it's improving. But for most parts, we need to adapt to that approach where the technology needs to be tweaked to match that, to be able to handle the fact that most of the purchases happen on site, which also required a lot of operational changes behind the scenes because we needed operational support to be able to sort of serve those customers. People will just show up on the day they want to, and they're traveling long distance, right? We're talking 8-hour trips, 10-hour trips, which capacity planning is an important thing for suppliers, but is the reality. So adopting technology to be able to work with that, you can buy on the spot, or at least a few hours before, and things like that. That was something we didn't have when we started. Took us a while to adapt to that. Maybe one other example could be like you hinted about it, right? Cash payments. We need to adapt, the tool for providers to allow them to register cash payment, because it was a big tension point. Yeah, because it made more sense to say, it's cashless. But that also touches on the point of inclusivity, because some people just don't have the means. Cards are still not very widespread. Even bank accounts to do transfers, or the mobile app to do transfer and so on, is still sort of like a friction point. So it's also an important point in this conversation. Like, we had to revise that to allow the fact that cash actually is still the default for most of this. And we found that even on the supplier side, most of the drivers don't want you to give them electronic payments. It's like, I'm going to go to the gas station and I need to fill up my tank. I don't want to have to deal with card issues and so on. I want cash. Or, I'll say for those who understand the context, right? Traveling on Nigerian roads, there are those people, those men in black or blue, whatever color they decide to wear, that you have to
we know them.
They definitely don't take cash payments. It took us a while to realize, this is actually true and it makes sense. So these drivers need to have the money, so the operational process to make sure payment is made. In our context with technology, most payment gateways will settle you the next day. So we needed to build our own operational system that immediately the customer pays, the money can be available to the provider. And that took a while, a lot of work to make that possible. So it's a lot of moving things around, adapting to the realities, but you have to stay competitive and so on.
I like the people in blue and black. We recognize them, and yes, we don't need to mention names again. This is a global conference, but I think it's also one of those unique contexts. You need to recognize how that works. So just to break the conversation, I've got Adetoye Shoguntime, who has raised up his hand. I think he's got a question or comment. Adetoye, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, so quickly, based on what you mentioned with respect to payment on the spot and payment beforehand, I want to share an experience of myself and one of my colleagues in the School of Transport. I think we wanted to board GIG mobility services from Abuja down to Lagos. So apparently we had paid beforehand. So and on getting to the terminal, they were telling us that, oh no, the bus that they made provision for it's finished, we can't go that day. So and we're asking them, okay, give us a refund of our money. Let us go and use another transport service. That became the problem. So I think this trust is a major problem for us in our systems generally. Not just in the transport system, but as a people, in terms of, if you pay for something, in terms of their refund policies, or maybe how they handle the finances and all those kind of things. So those are issues that I think most organizations need to sort out, because I think you should be able to offer me some perks, or say, okay, we can't refund on the spot, yes, but if you take like 2 months, 3 months, we can process your refund in case you want to use other alternatives. So those are things. I think trust is a big problem in this scenario that you mentioned.
Thank you for sharing that personal experience. Yes. Yes. What do you think about that, Folari?
I think it's a pertinent one. I literally we have that very often. At least in a month, I have several of those scenarios. I think I have one person right now is still open with us where he wanted to travel from Accra to Lagos by bus ABC that we have on our platform. Family situation, I think the kid got sick or something, right, and needs a refund. With us, that is very easy, right? With many of the providers, like he mentioned, the one he mentioned is probably the leader from sort of digital transformation, right? And that's still a problem. And I understand it because we're inside. I know these providers firsthand, so I can't entirely blame them, but I also think it's something to be addressed, because he's right. It erodes trust and it makes it difficult for some of our businesses to grow. Because this one thing we are now trying to address. So we, as an intermediary, do it a lot better, right? We have much more flexible op support. To give a bit of context, I can imagine that scenario. Most of those companies, the digital element is central. Meanwhile, the operations are still very localized. Yeah? Each park operates as its own entity. So the manager there is saying, look, I don't have your money with me, so of course I can't issue a refund, right? You're right in front of me, I know, but you have to go to the tool and it goes to the headquarters, and that takes days and weeks. And this is why I think there's an important role for digital transformation or digital technology companies to come in the mix, because then you are more focused on that element. They are transport companies, not really great on the technology. We are technology companies, not really great on the service element. So it's kind of like it's a nice collaboration, but it's still a bit early, and we're bullish that there's a chance for that to improve.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So my other question is moving towards technology and data. We did a study on Cowrie card in Lagos, and we recognize that, yes, there is a lot of data coming out from this. You also working in a tech company, so technology generates a large amount of data. So who should ultimately benefit from this data? So perhaps thinking about the Cowrie card in Lagos, but looking at the data on your platform from the user of your app, the drivers. So who should benefit from this, or how are you maybe sharing this data, sharing this insight? So the technology company, is it the transport operators? Is it the passengers? Is it the government? So what's your own take about the access to this data, the use of this data, and who could really benefit from it?
I think ideally it should be primarily the customers, because they generate the data. It's data about them. I don't think that is the case yet, because it's still a very young industry. I think the digital element to transport in itself still has a long way to go. And now with AI, I think the gap is even widening. So there's a bit of a danger in not letting this industry fall too far behind. I do think it should be the consumers, because they provide a lot of data. How you get it to them is now the question. Because I think there are different ways to look at it. If you think of a use of Google as a platform, right? You can also argue users
give them the data.
Most of the data, and they derive a lot of value from it. But you can also argue Google gives us a lot of value, right? I mean, you can't ask me now to go to a library, right, to start searching catalogs and so on for information, not to talk about Claude and ChatGPT and so on of today. So in a sense, you're giving me back value, right? It's kind of like an exchange. I trade it up because then they use that to sell ads and all of the other business models they power and then you can debate if it is fair, right? That I think is a fair debate to be had. So I think the analogy is kind of similar here. In our case, we argue that yes, to some extent we're already giving some value back, because instead of having to go manually search through different service providers, check pricing, check schedules, you come to one platform, you find everything at once. That's already value for you. The other value is also we make pricing a bit more transparent. That's value for you, right? And in many cases, we can pass on corporate deals that we get with the providers to pass it on as reduced fares for consumers. So in a sense, there are already a few dimensions where it's immediate value, and that means the platform can then try to use some of that data, right, to compensate for it, to monetize in other forms. But I don't think it's happening at this point. I'm not aware of any platform that's really in our market, that's really able to aggregate it. But I think as it grows, there will be that opportunity to be able to use data generated to create forecasts for providers, to be able to even push for even lower fares across board. I think there are opportunities in there. But I do think a fair system should offer everyone, every stakeholder, something in return. I do think we need to be intentional to avoid a possible situation where you can have sort of like a monopoly, where the middlemen can then leverage it and squeeze out even more value from the consumer. I think that's a real danger. And this is why I think forums like this are important. There's policy angle that we still need to advocate for, right? Regulation and so on. Because that's possible, right? To have a monopoly where there's a lot of price gouging and they manipulate it and extract more value. We hope that does not happen. But I do think ideally everyone should benefit. Everyone who's a stakeholder should get something in return.
That's fine. Thank you. And I like the part that you've mentioned, that policymakers. So again, I think that is a conversation we need to have, and hopefully we can get more policymakers involved here. So I was going to ask something about your engagement and interaction with policymakers, but I think I will just focus more on the informal sector. So you coming in with your technology into an informal transport sector, how would you describe your experience? So what happens when sophisticated technology, right, T40, meets informal transport system, manual transport? So how do you therefore formalize your technology into an informal sector? How has that been? What are your success stories? What are your struggles? What are your challenges?
I think it requires, for us, it's required a bit of rethink on learning, especially if you're trained in a different market and you're entering, now informal market. Yeah, the logics are very different. Sometimes we just have to invert the way we even think about some of this. So it's also right about the posture we have and how we ask the questions. Practical example.
Please share.
I think I gave that instance of really think. It took us a while to really think from the perspective of what value do we offer to the service providers. It took us a while. We kept trying to push what we think is the ideal, right? It's ideal. You should have a tool. You should have sort of like an ERP system and that does this and does that and manage customers and so on. Whereas in our context, in an informal context, the person only cares about the bottom line. I want to run a business. I want to make money. So it requires stripping off a lot of the complexity. That was an important starting point, stripping it off. It doesn't make the tech less advanced. I think it's important to not think of it that way. It's not diminishing the potential of the technology. For the most part, you simply just simplify the workflows, which I strongly advocate that that's even a harder thing to do than always just making a bloated, overly complex solution. Really, really have clarity of thought, really understand what's really important, what's really crucial that it needs to have to deliver value to the audience, to the market that we're in. So I think that's how it is, right? You bring all of those sort of modern technology, cutting-edge technology, but delivering it in a very simplified way, and that's where a lot of the work goes. And that's what we've been doing, right? So in cash payment, like I say, right, paying on site, in very, very simple interfaces, right, that both end users can use, but both providers can use, by changing the form factor, right, the way you deliver it mobile first, native mobile application. These are some very practical changes you need to make by trying to be very inclusive with the payment methods. But I think this was a very important one, not adding all of these complex gateways, and so on, which also brings cost, right? Because then we're able to offer it as a cheaper price by really simplifying it, by having a very efficient company running behind it. Because I think that's also underestimated. You have a very expensive, team setup and cost structure as a company. Of course, your prices also reflect that. But really doing a lot of the hard work, being very intentional, investing a lot of young talent. Yeah, you drive down your own costs as a company, which also means your technology is much more accessible, much more affordable, for this informal market that you're meeting. And this is what I think, and I think it does work, and it goes along. I mean, we're a bit of evidence of that, right? That we continue to exist after 7 years. I'm very bullish about the future.
Thank you. I've got 3 more questions. 2 is about AI, and 1 is about what you will tell a prospective student to plan for going forward. So, because we've got some students joining us. So my question 1 of 3 is, where do you see AI going forward? I know it's a big question, but when we talk about technology in 2026 and not talk about AI. So I'm asking you, yes, excuse me, sir. What do you think about AI, about generative AI, about agentic AI going forward in transportation?
Very, very hot topic, yeah, very hot debate topic of these days, yeah. I'm of the opinion that it needs to be handled carefully. I mean, the models are fine, the advancement is great. I think it needs to be intentionally, sort of managed or brought into our sphere. There's a lot of opportunity for it, right? Like I strongly believe there's a lot of optimization problems that it can solve. Price optimization. We still have some companies sending out vehicles with empty seats. Yeah, load capacity is not at 100%. It's not at even sometimes not 95%, right? Sometimes very low, 80% as well. That is not great for the provider. That is not great for the environment. That is not great for people who actually need some of those spaces, who could benefit. So I think optimization problems. Distribution is still an area that still needs some help, right? We need to get the technology out there, we need to get services in important channels. But I'm wary about over applying AI. 2 main points that I see that concerns me. 1 is cost, because those models are not, I mean, they are very subsidized now, but those of us who are really in the details, following some of the advancement, Microsoft, for instance, right, rolled out a lot of changes to their models, and it's now everything is cost-based. There's no free sort of use of it anymore, and we expect all the major companies to also push prices up, because really at some point they'll start to really charge us what it really costs, and I think it's going to drive up a lot of prices of services. So that's 1 angle, right? Because we need to stay really, really competitive with pricing to have a chance to include more people. Because the more expensive our services get, the more we exclude people. Is what I believe in our markets. And the second element is over automating or putting too many agents can always have the chance of marginalizing people. There are too many exceptions that I think are difficult to design for. So in our context, for instance, we still have human agents as the first line, because it's still really important to be able to hear what people are saying, understand the context. It's just difficult. And most models are also trained on Western knowledge, Western information. So that also adds an extra layer that I've seen in my own experience, right? In my own context, to say we still need humans, right? Yes, AI will help us on some of the generic cases. Someone wants to cancel, we'll tell them the conditions and so on. But in many cases, you still want to hear, right, the context, right? Or somebody saying, let's say the automated response, it's going to return the money in 3 days. But someone just mentioned, right, in this call, he needs to travel, and we've had the instance where the person is stuck because literally that's all they had, or they didn't have enough to buy another ticket or something like that. So someone needs to step in. Someone needs to sort of make a case for that internally, figure it out. So keeping a platform that can adapt to the real nature of the business of the customers who use it, I think is still really important. So, and then there's also the argument about the jobs. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it does anyone any favor trying to cut jobs, right? And shipping, I don't even think you save the cost, because that's what I personally am against. You're not really saving the cost. You're just actually just shipping the money to the big model providers. So money you pay for employees who you're training, who are continuing to upskill and learn, which is an important investment we're making. We could take that out and pay that to Anthropic instead, or pay that to OpenAI. And I don't see how that helps us in the long term, in the long run. So this is my view on it, that it needs to be handled cautiously. I think there are immediate gains we can get from it, but I don't think we should rush headlong, right, into just jumping everything AI, trying to automate everything. I don't think we're there yet. I think there are a lot of fundamental things we need to still take care of, like, being inclusive, right, before we start, over engineering some of our solutions.
Thank you. Second to the last question is from the chat, Shash Dagdu. Again, I just found this, and I think this is something you might want to help us to address. How can companies use AI and data analytics to make transportation more efficient, sustainable, and customer-friendly, especially in developing countries like India?
Those are different points, right? I hear efficient. I hear
sustainable, customer-friendly.
Efficient, I can address very quickly because I said, right, there's a lot of optimization. I think AI will bring, AI and automation. That I think is a very strong point. Yeah, it can bring that. Sustainable is a very controversial one because I mean, what's the impact of AI? I mean, these models are running somewhere in some servers. I think there's a whole conversation that's to be had about, okay, is that even really a good thing to, dump a lot of that, right? Because you have a lot of wasted sessions and so on. So I'm on the fence on that. Does it really help the sustainability question? Maybe, maybe not. It needs to be researched, it needs to be analyzed. Customer friendly, I think, is a strong point. I give a practical example. Right now, we're rolling out pilot of AI search. So long distance travel, but now you're not using the traditional search, enter the parameters, you visually look through. You simply just tell it what you want, and it goes from a sort of chat interface and responds. And we're experimenting with voice. For me, I think that's a very important inclusive point, right? Because then somebody just talks to it, because there are people in our sort of target markets that maybe are also not too comfortable with some standard apps, with very standard screens, and there's like cards with results, and they're very, sort of flustered with some of those interfaces. They don't find it convenient. We think being able to just talk to some chat interface, dictate to it, and it goes in, finds you what you want, and then maybe send you a link to pay. I think that could really make a big difference. So making it very convenient, right, for people to access and plan their trips and get the best deals. I think that's an opportunity for sure. So we'll see. We'll see how that evolves.
We'll see. Thank you so much, Mr. Folarin. It's a pleasure to have you. One last question. What would you tell a student who is thinking about transport tech? What should they do in terms of skills, in terms of maybe technology? What should they check out? What should they look out for? Because we've got some students here, and they might be thinking of going into transport tech. I'm just trying to meet this person. What do you think? What would you advise? Just a few words saying, guys, think about this as you go forward. Yes.
I would say think human first.
Okay.
I strongly advocate for that. To think from the people perspective, from the customer perspective, from the user perspective. I think that is still a very needed skill or ability to do. We can overlook or overstate the role of AI. I think AI capabilities will take you far in today's world. It's a lot of solutions you can sort of model, experiment, test out. So if you're someone who can understand people, understand how people think through transport systems, understand how people experience transport systems, and because technology most times is just a part of the journey. In most cases, it's not even the bulk of the journey, right? So it's really important for us to keep in mind that these are real people using these solutions, right? Accessing your tools, relying on the information, right? In some cases that your tool or service provides. I think if you couple that with a very up-to-date, capability to handle technology, especially with AI as a cutting edge one right now, I think it will go a long way to be someone who can impact a lot of value, right? Create solutions, design solutions that genuinely deliver the value that we need in our systems. This is what I would focus on. Right?
Fine. Well, thank you so much. I think I like that, thinking about designing human. I think that human factor is very important going forward. So thank you so much, Mr. Folari. It's been a pleasure having you. And this brings us, that's fine. This brings us to the end. And for those who are still joining us, so I guess I will just have to give the closing remark. I've got some slides to share. Let me look for my, not this, let me look for my slide. Where's slide screen? Okay, not this, not this. Okay, I'm coming, please. Okay, I think is this. Okay, share. Okay, five. Okay, so. Okay. I'm sure you can see my slide. So this is almost 5 o'clock in the UK. And thank you so much for everybody that has stayed with us from beginning since about 9 o'clock that we started. It's been a very long day. And we also had similar experience at Kill yesterday when we had a face-to-face. So this is just to say thank you in my capacity as the conference secretary. I recognize we've explored transport through different lens of sustainability, inclusivity, and technology. But the key point here, and this is what I've been trying to share with every participant or every presenters at the conference, at the session, saying, how can we take these conversations beyond the conference and turn them into research, partnership, and practical actions? So you might have presented something about Lagos, presented something about Kenya or Nairobi, but I think it's important for us to start thinking global. How can this insight from Lagos be relevant to other stakeholders? So thank you so much for everybody who has engaged. So I wish you all the best as you turn these activities, this research, this publication into research partnership. And again, making sure that we are not just talking for talking's sake, but we are able to go out and engage, find out different presenters. You've got the website that has got information about everything that everybody that has presented in today's session. So please go out, check what they've talked about, reach out and engage. The keynote speakers as well, they are very engaging. Please reach out to them and see one or two things that you can learn from them. And it's a pleasure to announce our best paper award. So this is awarded to paper 2168, Mistura Owolabi Adeyemi, Beyond Ramps, an Inclusive Transport Services Framework for Invisible Disabilities. So this was a tight decision. Again, we've got so many members of the committee looking at different papers, and we had to come together to decide on this. But I guess what made this stand out is about the personal connection. Again, the personal story about this, the presentation, the way it was conveyed, even right from the slide, and more importantly, this idea of invisible disabilities and how we can enhance our transport services to ensure that people with invisible disabilities are well catered for. So as I bring this conference to an end, let me also properly appreciate people who have worked behind the scene to get this done. First and foremost, Dr. Bart. Again, we've been working on this for many months. And thank you so much. I couldn't have done this without you. Pratsedi would not have done this without you. TTC will not have happened without you. Thank you so much being the conference chair. The many things you do behind the scene. Again, on behalf of Pratsedi, we will say thank you. But this is me personally saying thank you so much. Emmanuel saying thank you for your hard work, for the connection, for the questions, for the thoughts. Again, just making sure that everything runs smoothly. And also appreciating the track chairs. Dr. Philip, again, I've worked with you before. Thank you so much for your engagement. Dr. Mohamed Arake, Dr. Humania Arake, and also Dr. Fagbera Abiola. Thank you so much for everybody that has joined us. And also in terms of volunteers, and we also use this time to recognize Olawale Olalekan. Yes, he's been working behind the scene. He's been doing many of the graphic design. He's been sharing the link, putting people in the right group, giving them back-to-back updates, giving them back-to-back information, and making sure that, yes, everybody gets involved in all of this. So thank you so much, Ambassador Eunice. Thank you also for your hard work, for again, just being there, asking questions, reassuring, and also allow me to recognize Feromi at Kiel and Novlin at Kiel University again for their support. That was yesterday for the face-to-face interaction, and also for the peer reviewers. thank you for everybody. Thank you for your support in making sure that, yes, we get this going. We had about 90 submissions, and we had to just wheel this down to about 2024. I remember even it got to that stage whereby I had to share 10 papers with the track chair saying, these are good papers, we can't take all of them. Can we just find a way to streamline it? And again, here we are. So thank you so much for those peer reviewers. The participants, thank you for taking time to present. Yes, to join us. Again, at one time we had about 450 who has really joined us. The presenters, thank you. And also to our keynote speakers, thank you everyone that has joined us. It's a pleasure to have you grace our platform with your presence. And finally, to all Trustedy members, thank you so much for the support, for sharing the news about what we are doing, for being a part of this journey. And it's a pleasure to share this with you that next year we have the date, Wednesday, 12th of August, 2027, and Thursday, 12th of August, 2027. This will be face-to-face day 1 and virtual day 2. We are seeking for people, university who can host us. But again, this is not compulsory. Kiel will be fine. But again, if we have alternative in Kenya, in Nigeria, in India, but just to let you know that yes, next year we will be having it 2 days as well, face to face, 11th of August and Thursday, 12th August. So thank you so much, and I would like to bring the conference to an end now. Was the time? Yes, this is 5 o'clock exactly. So thank you, everyone, and I sincerely wish you all the best. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you very much. Super. And it's exactly 9:30 in India.
Yeah,
The most welcome.
9:30.
Exactly.
Okay, bye everyone.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Exactly.